There, let's go. All right. Take off that thing. There we go. Ooh. Refresh this. Let's get this going here. There we are. Okay. Oh boy. What a morning.
It's fallible. My memory has problems. I don't have a perfect record of what happened in the.
Oops. Didn't do that. Bring this down. Bring the thing down there. Okay.
It's fallible. My memory has problems. I don't have a perfect record of what happened in the past, and that I could get things confused that were completely natural to confuse.
Listening to Nobody's
Instead of coming to the
Fool,
conclusion that
the
assumption about my memory
episode
is
of
wrong,
You Are
I came to
Not
the
So
conclusion that
Smart,
reality is wrong.
with
Right? There must be a split
David
timeline or something like
McCraney
that.
and his
Yeah, my
guest
favorite one
is
is
Dan
servers
Simons.
stovetop stuffing. I have a strong memory that exists and it does not. That's the one that gets me.
And this is kind of a natural tendency in memory,
My
right? We tend to
stretch.
assume that when we remember something vividly, that it must be true,
Fine.
right? And that's
Got
something we
that
talked about a
going.
lot
I gotta
in
get my
this book,
goals
Gorilla.
set up.
Not as much here.
I'm trying to do that over the weekends, though.
If you hold an assumption so strongly,
So we want to
that it
find
becomes
one
a commitment that you can't
interesting
violate,
role.
that you
I
can't break
kind of
free
wanted
from,
to do that today, but I
then
kind of want to
that
just
commitment
dive
is
right
something that
into the
can lead to misunderstanding of the world.
practical statistics
Yeah, so
for data
you
scientists.
had a lot of
I need to
discussion here in the
search
section of the book,
through
and this is something that I about a lot. Beliefs
my
are a
archive
certain confidence level, a strength, and you sample that strength the way you would sample
to see if I have the
something.
book
And that's what comes forth
in
for a
digital
person that
form,
leads you to feel.
and then I'll bring it
I feel this
into
belief so strongly, the way I would feel so strongly.
my
Then the natural conclusion here
what
inside
do
of
I
me, in
call
some
this?
unarticulated, non-salient way, is well,
Bring
it's
it
gotta be
into
true.
here. So
What's contributing to the strength of that belief is often very difficult to determine unless someone is able to sit down and do some sort of Socratic thing with you, or there's
we
some
want
other
a new
rhetorical
job
technique, or
hunt
you're
day, I think.
a vehement critical thinker in some regard. So I ask you, Chris,
Get that all
like,
set
okay,
up
well,
here.
this is a
Today
thing
is going to be another. It's going to be stats for
confidence
Exploratory.
and our these feelings of certainty.
Data
How is that
analysis
used by con artists and others scammers to mess with us?
Well, it's used in a wide variety of ways because the idea of commitments is a very general one, right? You can have all kinds of commitments that you don't even realize are affecting and biasing your decision-making process. The commitment that my memory is infallible is merely one example. I think a lot of them are sort of more everyday, casual commitments we don't even realize we've made. One of my favorite ones is the person I'm dealing with is not a crook. Literally, the belief that you're dealing with someone who's not a crook. And of course, most of the time,
refresh some stat skills here.
But it shouldn't
I did already drink some water.
Question, especially when the stakes get high and you're making a big business deal. One thing that struck me when sort of studying so many scams and cons and working on this book is how many of them were perpetrated by people who had done similar things before. And you start looking for it.
Chat rate is 1. I don't see anything in the chat though.
The Orlando Museum of Art had put up a whole exhibition.
Did anybody send a chat message?
Jean-Michel Basquiat. And they were a newly discovered set of paintings that he supposedly made in the early 1980s in Los Angeles.
Chat.
And there were some questions about the provenance of these paintings. And in fact, the people who found the paintings, and gave them to the museum to exhibit and so on, had actually been previously convicted of a variety of crimes related to fraud. And I think it's a good piece of common sense advice that you should be extra wary in making deals with people if they have previously, committed similar or related offenses to what you're, to what you're doing. It seems so obvious in retrospect, right? Like that seems like obvious common sense, but I think often, we have a commitment, we don't really question it. A famous example, I think, is why so many people invested with Bernie Madoff, even in the face of red flags. They literally believed that Bernie would never screw them, whether because of religious affinity or pre-established relationships or just his fame and his sense of authority and so on. He created.
I changed the name of that yesterday's thing.
This guy would never, that he would never screw them. He would never cheat them. And once you believe that, if you believe he'll never cheat me, you can overlook all kinds of other things that he's doing that don't make any sense. Because as long as you have the inviolable assumption that you won't be cheated,
I guess,
it sort of doesn't matter what
my intention was to do
so
that.
it really skews
but what we did was
the other signs and signals you might be getting. Those commitments can do that.
I love this, how this matches how we all got to know you. The Invisible Gorilla, oftentimes, I think, when people watch that video after they know what's up,
let's say,
oh, that's obvious.
Python for data analysis.
Oh, it's right there. And that feeling after a good scam that someone gets you with is what you just mentioned. It feels like that should have been obvious, or it's obvious in retrospect. And it's the assumption that it will be obvious in the moment, and the assumption that everything like that would be obvious in the moment. That is one of the most powerful attributes of all of this. Am I saying anything that makes sense?
Yeah, it's the assumption that, of course, I would notice this if it were questionable, right? Of course, I would notice if there were if we're being scammed. But of course, scammers are careful to not give you something that obvious right away, right? They build up to it so that you don't have that obvious trigger to check more and to think about whether your assumptions are right. This happens in every field. This is not just and one thing that I think is really important is that people who get deceived are not just gullible, right? It happens to everybody. In the sciences, this is really common. We tend to kind of assume that the information that we're looking at, the data have been collected and analyzed properly, right? When we see a result, especially if it's a result that conforms to what we expected. We tend to kind of make that assumption. We don't tend to question it. We should be, and as scientific peer reviewers or scientific critical thinkers, we should be questioning those assumptions, but we often don't,
chat.
Because we just rely on our assumption that what we're seeing is right.
Put this on the chat there. There we go. Also, I need to do some housekeeping here.
Clearly, when you write a book like this, at some point you start imagining like who is the ideal audience for it.
I made a post on there. I just noticed that like I made this I made one of these
original question. Like, what do you hope people take away from this? Themes. And if I had like a follow up, it would be, what is your pithy fits on a one of those peel off calendar things, a piece of advice that comes out of this current work that you're giving all of us in this book?
So what I hope people take away is really a new way of looking
I did want to like, can I change the view with viewership or anything?
Any kind of time that someone is trying to persuade you of something, sell you something.
I can't change it. How can I change it?
Kind of deal, investment. It's not that everybody's trying to cheat you. It's not that you should be cynical and skeptical all the time and so on, but you should sort of see with a new kind of pattern recognition why they are doing what they're doing.
Sucks. Can I edit like the
beliefs of yours that they're trying to exploit? Are they satisfying your expectations? Really sort of like a new template for looking at situations where you could become
I can edit the picture because that's what I want to do. Because I made a mistake. I made a typo.
Or the next time you see a podcast about some famous
con
or some new con you've never heard of, or the next Netflix documentary there is about about some famous scam or something like that. Train yourself that way. Learn to see the world a little bit differently. That's, I think, the main. That's the main goal.
I would just add, in writing
these
sorts of things, we start to see how all of these scams operate using the same set of techniques. And obviously there are going to be new scams and new variants of scams, but they're still likely to rely on these same sorts of principles. So once you kind of learn how to spot when these are being used, it might just trigger you to ask a couple more questions or to check a little bit more before forwarding that amazing story you just saw. So I think for me, the take home is, you'll learn. The goal is to learn when you need to check a little bit more and when it's not worth it. And part of that challenge is in identifying when you're actually at risk of spreading misinformation or being fooled or losing money on an investment. Those are going to be the moments when you need to think a little bit more critically about what assumptions you're making and what sorts of tricks somebody might be using to fool you. So figuring out when you need to check more and then doing it, asking those additional questions is really the key.
Dan Simon's website is dansimons.com, DANSIMONS, and he tweets at Prof Simons, PROFSIMONS. Christopher Chabris' website is chabris.com, CHABRIS, and he tweets at CF Chabris, CHABRIS. And the book is Nobody's Fool, How We Get Taken In and What to Do About It. That is it for this episode of the You Are Not So Smart podcast. You can find links to everything we talked about, including the old video, Invisible Gorilla, and the follow-up video, The Monkey Business Illusion, over at youarenotsosmart.com, or check the show notes inside your podcast player. My new book, How Minds Change, is out there.
Oh, you can't edit the video.
This episode show notes right there.
Or the thing there. Okay.
And for all the past episodes, go to Stitcher, SoundCloud, Apple.
Maybe I'll just repost it with an outside thing.
Follow at David McRaney. Follow the show at Not Smart Blog. And there's also
that's what I'm gonna do.
You can find links to all of that.
It sucks, but that's what I'm gonna do because I kind of want to put this out somewhere.
And if you'd like to support this operation, help make it better, help pay for transcription and other features, go to patreon.com/youarenotsosmart.
Let me do a new.
Gets the show ad-free, but the higher amounts get you posters, t-shirts, signed books, and other stuff. The opening music is Clash by Caravan Palace. And the easiest way to support this show is just tell everybody you know about it. If an episode really lands for you, tell someone, hey, you should check out this show. Perhaps even subscribe to it. And check back in about 2 weeks for a fresh, new episode.
Should do some alt text though.
This message comes from Carvana. Finance your next car the convenient way with customizable, transparent terms all online. Make your budget work for you and swap hassle for convenience with Carvana.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. Senate confirmation hearings are underway for several of President-elect Trump's nominees. They include former Congressman Lee Zeldin. He's been tapped to be the next administrator for the Environmental Protection Agency. Zeldin says he is committed to upholding the EPA's mission of ensuring clean air and water.
I will foster a collaborative culture within the agency, supporting career staff who have dedicated themselves to this mission. I strongly believe we have a moral responsibility to be good stewards of our environment for generations to come.
Other nominees with hearings today include billionaire money manager Scott Bessent for Treasury Secretary, and Trump's pick for Attorney General Pam Bondi is facing questions for a second day. Florida Senator Marco Rubio is expected to be confirmed as the next Secretary of State. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has just announced Rubio's successor as U.S. Senator. He's tapped Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody for the job. A vote in the Israeli cabinet to implement a ceasefire agreement in Gaza has been delayed. As NPR's Kat Lonsdorf reports, that's after the deal's mediators, the U.S., Egypt, and Qatar, announced an agreement had been struck.
Israel says that Hamas has gone back on several parts of the agreement at the last minute, according to a statement from the Prime Minister's office. It said that the Prime Minister has indefinitely postponed convening the cabinet to vote until all details are agreed upon. The deal has to be approved by Israel's government before a ceasefire can go into effect. In a statement on the group's Telegram channel, Hamas denied it had created obstacles, saying it was, quote, committed to the ceasefire agreement announced by the mediators. Two far-right members of Netanyahu's cabinet have been very vocal about opposing the deal, threatening to leave the government if Israel agrees to it, a move that could topple Netanyahu's coalition. Kat Lonsdorf, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
California fire officials say there is progress fighting some of the deadly Los Angeles area wildfires. The Eaton fire in the Pasadena-Altadena area is now more than half contained. NPR's Kirk Siegler reports researchers at UCLA say the wildfires are more catastrophic because of climate change.
UCLA climate scientists are linking climate change to the extreme dryness in the Chaparral Hills in and around Los Angeles. Their research shows that when the brush fires ignited last week, vegetation was 25% drier than it would have been without factoring in climate change. Scientists say these fires would have still been dangerous, but maybe not quite as big or have seen the intensity or rapid growth. This marks a change in communication lately in the scientific community, which had shied away from tying any one disaster to climate change. But scientists now are pinning specific events like heat waves, hurricanes, and fires directly to rising global temperatures as a result of human activity. Kirk Siegler, NPR News.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down nearly 40 points. You're listening to NPR. A new study suggests that eating red meat in large quantities can increase your risk of dementia and cognitive decline. Researchers published a study in the journal Neurology. They found that among the people they studied, those who ate 3/4 of an ounce of processed red meat at least once daily had a 13% higher risk of developing dementia. That's compared to people who ate a minimal amount. Replacing one serving of red meat daily with nuts and legumes was associated with a 19% lower risk of dementia.
Each on that one.
Ancient DNA has revealed that during the Iron Age, women in an ancient Celtic society were at the center of their social network, unlike previous eras. Ari Daniel prepared this report.
For much of human history, societies have been centered around kinship, so couples have had to decide whose community they're going to live with. Most of the time, it's been the man's, which is why researchers were surprised when they sequenced the ancient DNA of the burial site of a Celtic tribe dating from 100 BCE to 100 CE in what's now southern England. The group was related along the female line, meaning that the men had left their families to live with their wives' community. Laura Cassidy is a geneticist at Trinity College, Dublin.
The women, they're embedded in a much wider network, so they have a much greater support system.
The same thing is true among hundreds of Iron Age in cemeteries across Britain, suggesting it's a custom dating back centuries. For NPR
so actually this has to be moons because you have to have a sun in here. Then if it was, if these two were suns, then you'd have 4 in there. That's the logic there. Let's see. So then we have to have the suns around.
Listen to the State of the World podcast from NPR.
Once you get the hang of this game, it's like it's not as much fun.
How did you transition into
Gets to be kind of just, you know, going through the motions.
Welcome to the Hey Good Game podcast.
But it's a good
your favorite games that you secretly play in the cracks of your day.
So we just got done interviewing Jeff Petriello. He's currently
it's a good brain teaser.
Game producer there.
Get started for the morning. Keep the
just his journey towards that as well. Joseph,
keep the brain going.
Takeaways from this interview.
You know the rules. You can
24 extra minutes of his
breeze through it pretty quickly.
I was delighted to see the energy, hear the energy that he has for games and their ability to connect people. From his early stories, family time, all the way to what he does day to day now, that connection component is captivating and super fun to listen to. How about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of interesting insights on, what the New York Times is up to specifically around games. So I encourage you to listen into the full pod for that. But I think, some of his personal journey on just how he got to be there and how he, in retrospect, had a lot of intentionality to his path there to be a game producer there was pretty inspiring. So check it out and on to the pod.
Guts. Intuition.
I'm Joseph Ruder, and I'm here today with my co-host, Aaron Cardell. Today, we're excited to speak with Jeff Petrillo, the founder of Half Centaur, games producer at the New York Times, game design educator at the New York University Game Center. We're so glad you're here. Jeff has a diverse background when it comes to game design and creation. He's worked on major projects with HBO. He's got a recent game out, Immortality, in the last year that has its own track. And Jeff has worked in film and media production with companies like Mashable, Now This, Bleacher Report,
We need
Soul
to
Cycle, which
change the ticker here.
To sweat more with games,
let's
and
see.
some other production companies. Currently, Jeff is at the New York Times as a producer of gameplay. He teaches game design at the New York NYU Game Center, which I may have already said. And you earned a Master of Fine Arts there, which is lovely.
I did, yeah, back in 2019.
So, what is your favorite game to play right now?
Okay, I have two answers for this. One is like, what is my favorite game to play? Which is definitely backgammon. I played backgammon dozens of times a day on my phone, any chance I get, and I've been doing that for years. So backgammon is definitely my favorite game to play generally, by myself. I guess I should caveat that. And then my favorite game right now, can I give a tabletop and a digital answer?
Oh, yes, absolutely. This is how we know that you're dealing with serious gamers, is that they slice up the market. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. My tabletop right now, I've been playing Frosthaven for months since it came out. And despite some of the haters, I have been having a really great time because it really does enable me to yell at my friends, which is my favorite part of tabletop games. And my favorite
So my goal, like I'm just documenting this now as live, but in the future, I might go back and edit everything down and kind of distill everything into like what the activities were, what I did each day, kind of like the target. The first week was just scoping out, trying to figure out what I want to do, and
really with like a word game, like a typing game,
making a plan. And you saw that I had to take a day off in between. It was getting overwhelmed by all of the possibilities and all of the what do you want to call it?
Just seems like
just
maybe before you go to Paris next time.
Getting overwhelmed with the amount of information.
This is your
And
yeah, absolutely.
but we were able to get a plan together. I ended up deciding to go with data analysis as a focus. And so for the next, we're on day 8, so we're going to be, well, I'm saying 90 days, but it's really going to be less than that. It's 90 calendar days, and then it's going to be, what's that going to be? Because how many weeks is that going to be? Well, at least what, like 12? So then,
in gaming before you got a job in gaming. How did
24, so like 70 days or like 60 some days should be there.
That is an incredibly games have always been a part of my life. I was very lucky.
So I'm going to say for the next 90 days calendar, and then 60 days, I'm going to have like 60 of these streams. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of hours to work through and to
it's not like we were, even playing something as like
to
we were playing the
pare down.
A center of a lot of.
So I'm going to try to make a like
always really exciting to me because as a queer man,
a big
growing up,
video at the end,
dealing with figuring out
grabbing everything, grabbing each
we sort of all
each day and just doing like maybe a couple minutes of each day. And so what would that be then? So like end up being like a 2-hour long thing, right? So
experience to go through all the time. So like,
yeah, it'll be like a 2-hour long video. Let's put a cap at 2 hours. I don't know if anybody's gonna really stick with that. But my plan is to hopefully get hired. At the end of this would be lovely if I got hired, but that's not going to be the goal. We're going to see if I can get hired. Yeah, so at the end, hoping to put together a 2-hour compilation of the journey. And
the inscription to my copy of The Beauty of Game.
Cross my fingers, hope we get a job. And if not, then we'll have some good content.
So understanding that and building those experiences for others,
so,
that matters to me. So pursuing that was kind of.
And in this process, I'd love to hear from everybody who comes across this page, comes across this channel, and just looking for some interaction. Please pop in, say hi, let me know who you are, and what your plans are as far as why did you click on this video, on this live stream, on this video. Love to just connect with anybody who comes across this. Chances are you might see me from LinkedIn, so yeah, connect with me on LinkedIn. I always put that in the chat at the beginning. And so gonna get started with the day, but trying to work through the LinkedIn games here. So let's get these going here. So Gut and Die. What is this? I don't know.
Well, I'd love him outside finding a way to sweat more. He's still learning all of the engaged pieces of community and connection and collaboration, teamwork, communication, right? I think you said that. Really
I don't know what the connection is here between those two things. So I don't know what that.
And then participate together.
Can't figure this out here.
Something poetic there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The other thing I could think of, I bet I know what this says. Oh gosh, I know. It's German words. Look at that. Gut die Morgen, nein, danke. Okay.
In the similar way that
fun.
Painting is for
where there's a will, there's a way. Where a feral animal is wild, part of a bird that flaps while flying. Has the wing, right? And gates spill. Outdoor force that's very strong in a tornado.
Aggressively.
The wind.
We didn't pick games for our degree in school.
The friend.
So when I went to undergrad,
I still need to update my what few subscribers I have or followers for Data Cross Puzzles. Maybe they'll join me over here. An object that goes ding dong is, and a word for what the object does is a bell, and it rings. Okay.
I dreamed of writing video games.
Okay, so let's go back here.
There's something really powerful about the stories I've experienced playing games, and I think there's a lot to explore and do, and I want to be a part of it. But I didn't pursue it really in any practical form. I went into production.
Yeah.
That's really what happened to me. Is I left. I
started
right out of school. I started screenplay. I'm talking about literally the summer I graduated.
Exactly.
After 2 weeks of working on it, I was like,
yeah, exactly. I forget a lot about a lot of people, but I still care about that.
Screenplay without having any idea how movies are made.
Okay, I just got to read this Ken Chen thing. It's always going to be funny. Don't care if you choose to work from home or not. I don't care if you come in 3 hours late and smell of tequila. I don't care if you play Minesweeper while we're on a Teams call. I don't care if you watch cartoon animal porn in the office during work hours. Life happens. I hired you for a job and I only care about one thing. I'm allowed to completely exploit you and disregard your employment rights at any time. If you are willing to be treated like a soulless profit delivering machine, you can do whatever you want. You don't need to justify a day off as long as you make up for it by working 24 hours without overtime pay. You don't need to explain how traffic was bad as long as you drive me to the airport later. You don't need to apologize for having a personal life as long as you invite me along and introduce me to your hot single friends. Yes, I care about results, but I also care about exerting my power and dominance to make myself feel big. That's why I became a CEO. My advice for anyone hiring: select people who are too naive or meek to say anything while you treat them like a worm. 2, make sure they own headphones for the animal. 3, they have hot friends. 4, get out of their way. Agree?
That's when I wound up meeting a guy named Ken Lear, who is a venture capitalist in the city, and he wanted to start what he called the first social media news network.
Oh, gosh.
Became the first employee of this company that would become now This News.
I always love when people use that. We can use the insightful one. Ooh, insightful post. It's better than laughing at it, I think. Okay, let's get let's try to find
other producers.
What am I looking for? I'm looking for the practical statistics for data scientists. So I have the hard copy of the book. It's kind of an older edition though. Not that it needs to be updated.
Engineers are basically just like creative,
but I would like the updated one.
Logic to make things out of nothing. Like, to me, that's not that different than a design, from an aesthetic standpoint. So that really like, even though I was working with our CTOs and our product people every day, testing their products, like actually getting.
Rhoda Sauce says, I'm probably in resources, backup status, education, device, and books. Don't I have like books somewhere?
Do something about that.
Notes,
so
reading, media library.
At night, I went to a immersive coding bootcamp called Full Stack Academy.
Shoot, where did I put them?
And did that for about 6 months before deciding.
Vault files, project faults. No, it's not projects. It's gotta be in resources here. Device backups. Oh, in reading. I have reading and documentation courses, books, ebooks. Software. Math and stats. Probability. I got a probability book.
And I also wound up
Game theory, discrete math analysis.
I'm not intending to study games. Like, when I was like, I'm going to go back to school, I wasn't thinking I'm going to go back.
Oh, it's mathematical analysis. The bane of my existence.
Completely convinced me that that is where I should be, and that was what I wanted to do. So yeah, Frank Lance, changed my life very, very directly. There was a few
plain text social science. Interesting. Okay, don't I have a statistics thing? Data statistics? There we go. Bruce and Bruce practical statistics. Let's see if I have the
go through and ITP, for instance, in contrast, even though
latest one of this.
Totally almost opposite.
I doubt it though.
And
Maybe I do though.
As a person,
why is it taking so long to load?
So that was a huge draw for me. I loved that. But then also this idea, which is really core to the design philosophy of the Game Center, which is that a game like chess or a game like Go is the same as a game like Fortnite.
Oh, I do. Okay, in R and Python.
Yes, like
okay, I'm gonna.
I felt in my bones to be
Bruce and Gedek. Okay, so there's an update there.
Confident in that.
Who's there? So I'm gonna open.
That's what I'm interested in making.
Let me actually.
This through line of like, we've been doing this thing.
Yeah, I'll just do this off screen. I'm just gonna
playing, and video games are just kind of this like
work with my
incarnation of that thing.
My vault files here. So I'm gonna bring vault file.
But that was a huge shift, right? So I loved that, and I'm a fan of studying
books, library. It's in library, books.
I love studying philosophy
okay.
When I was in undergrad, and so that really convinced me that I was going to get out of that program what I was looking for. So yeah, I mean, that was a very long-winded answer.
Let's tap into the very last part of that. So what do you think the biggest parallels between Go and chess and Fortnite are? I could make some assumptions, but curious
that's weird.
On that is.
Where are they saved?
I don't really play Fortnite. It's not the best example for me.
Oh, I play Fortnite now.
Okay, but then I gotta find out where I saved all these things because I gotta like move them. I know I have
between those things is play.
Programmer's Brain on here.
Of structured play. And to me,
it's in resources, files, books. Okay, it's in files. Then I have library books in there. It's so weird.
I think people give us credit for
files, books.
That's really interesting to me. Even if playing is
I'll just move it into there. Copy to books.
Non-consequentially manipulating something to have an experience with another person, whether that person is present or abstracted as a designer, to me,
okay, there we go. I don't know why it's taking so long.
content too. You know,
So slow. Okay, now we have it. So I'll create a new book
other individuals. Is that
thing, I guess.
I think that's entirely. I don't think it would matter to me at all without that. I think art is a form of communication.
Book or
like a two-way street. So I think it's
create new book note.
Social, and I think that's like extremely
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
So you loved gaming from an early age, but
thought I
there
did
was
that.
a long period of time where it wasn't really a professional exploration for you. You kind of landed into it, thanks in big part to Frank. You know, a number of other.
Yeah, it's here. Okay, so I have that one.
There's kind of this through line though in your career trajectory of media and producing and.
Right. So actually, what I'm gonna do, I gotta get the
the
newer one up.
The New York Times now.
So let's do a search then.
Producing a film or
I guess for a new one.
Not in a gaming context, producing now for games. Like, what are some of the commonalities that you see across that through line?
Yeah, that's a very insightful question because the similarities are many. And I don't think that that is something that people really realize. I mean, as a producer, my particular role in producing games is not that different than it is from producing a film. In its core, in its fundamentals, in like the skills I need, in the knowledge that I need to acquire, the experience that's helpful to me when I'm applying it. The particulars are always different. And I think the reason why that similarity I feel so strongly about is because the particulars are always different, even when you're working within the same medium. So like one film is not like producing another film. Of course, the more you do, the more you learn.
Today's Science Handbook would be pretty interesting to read too.
Right? And what was interesting about production was like everything was both completely different and completely the same to something else I had done. And so
yeah, it's Bruce and Bruce, but it also has another
to create something
writer on it.
It's like all of these disparate parts.
Shoot, Think Like a Data Scientist. I did read that a while back. Good book.
One thing.
Very in depth, very much outlines the data science process from at least a historical perspective from someone coming from academia. That those modes might change. So those modes, or they might have changed. So I think the thing we want to do is try to get some updated information.
The insurance company, and I think that's that herding cats metaphor that comes out of even agency life. Here in Minneapolis, it's Fallon.
Data science for building.
Right?
Okay, so
back in the day, I got some exposure to what production on even TV
is a good
commercials
one
are.
too by Alan Dallamy. I don't see it here.
Memories are flashing in my mind. Thinking like, wait a second, production is for a creative act. There's a bunch of similarities. Hurting the humans and the wildness. And the just weird.
Maybe I'll just try to find.
So, how did you transition
from
into
the book.
teaching?
Let me try to
I am so
find the
grateful to be a
books.
teacher. It is one of the things I hold most dear.
There's a
While I was at the Game Center getting
book
my
one there.
MFA, I had work study.
There is like you could do it with an annotation or something like that as well. I have an annotator. Let me do that. Let me bring up
And I used to teach game design,
this one,
intro to game design,
and then I can do an annotated version.
2 semesters, and then when I left,
I don't like that
find a
it's
job.
in.
Surprise! And Eric was
Well,
kind enough to
I guess it's
ask me, and
fine.
say, hey, do you have availability? And I was like, boy, do I? And he's like, well, we need someone to teach intro to
Oh,
game
there's the
design.
ISBN. Oh, LSI. I
Teaching
don't know
it
if
every year
that's.
since. So this coming fall is actually going to be the start of my 6th
What's going on?
year teaching at
What?
the Game Center,
What?
which is
What?
wild.
What?
Oh, that's so much fun.
What?
And there's been an explosion.
Okay, I'm. Oh God, why is it so slow?
Year of the tools available
Okay,
for designing just about everything, writing and so forth.
it is
Can you
slow.
catch a change in the students?
We're gonna do this first.
And even over the last 5 years, what are some of those changes?
This first thing here.
It was the first year that I sat down to like
Oh gosh,
and like talk about their prototype and their code.
very slow.
Listening to what we were saying and then just like
Where's
talking
this
to
down?
ChatGPT to try to change it immediately, which was amazing. Like that.
Oh,
was
it's
the first thing
zooming
I
for
saw
some
that was like,
reason.
this is with all the
Oh, well,
problems
duh.
that are coming along with
How do I
AI and
like
stuff anyway,
change?
this is cool. This is awesome. That you
There
can
we
just
go.
type
And
out,
then
hey, write me a C# script that creates an 8x8 grid with sliding tiles. And you like, you know, you're not going to get 100% there just yet.
there we
but
go.
You're not
Got the
starting from
table of
zero.
contents and
And
stuff
that was
there.
like so cool.
Let me
So that was
continue.
a huge shift I thought that I've noticed in the last year or two. I also think another big thing is
Hit height is what we want. Okay, there we go.
Like the result of the pandemic. I am not trying to diminish the like.
So let's see, because this is gonna be generally had on education. I should have like.
For
is this an annotator or something?
Instance, there are some lessons that have come out of the pandemic that I think are really interesting and are different than before. And
how do I annotate? I thought I had an annotator.
The idea of how do we coordinate a project? Who is doing what?
Annotation markdown?
When everyone is used to now dealing with people who aren't physically there.
Worked with annotator. I got to figure this out.
Gotten sick all of a sudden.
I worked with it once, and then.
We're not just agreeing at this time that everyone should be here every week.
EPUB readers pagination font size
now
there.
It's understood that variables actually do exist. They existed before. I just think we kind of like tried to force people through them, right? Now people are much more conscious about being like, oh, well, that doesn't work for you. Like, what does work for us? And so the idea
weird.
of working
Okay,
agreements, which is like an agile practice that I live by, that is almost natural now to people in a way that it wasn't before. And I think that has been really, really cool and interesting and made my job easier, trying to explain the value of that stuff.
I like that better. That looks better.
That's so curious.
Oh my god, so slow. This is slow.
So that's what I hear you saying.
I mean, it's like it's classic. Honestly, like
I don't know.
The disability rights movement a million years ago, like you accommodate and you produce better.
You can look up that and do a booknote from there. So let's open. Well, I had an annotated thing.
Yeah, I was just gonna state the obvious. You know,
So how did I do it with that?
The negatives out of the pandemic and the loss of the social construct and the ability, whatever the age of the kid or
how did I do that
or whatever ability to
tiny CSS projects
peers,
and then
like they're probably that much better equipped to be professional remote workers. So that's pretty interesting insight.
And I mean, like for example, the New York Times Games team is like has a lot of remote workers. We're like a fully hybrid endeavor. It is not expected almost at any moment, except for very particular events that you can assume everyone's going to be there, right? So I think those are skills that are really important. In fact, if I look back at my teaching. This is wild to say, but I actually think one of my best classes, one of my greatest experiences teaching was the fully remote semester of 2021. Those game design students were
do I not have it activated?
They made such cool stuff, all working remotely together, never having met. They were freshmen.
It's active.
They were incredible. I'm still like amazed. I mean, sometimes classes are just special. Like maybe it was just those group of people, but like that was a wild dream.
So anyway, you've got such a rich history kind of starting out in philosophy in undergrad, a lot of different media experiences, then kind of transitioning to games over time. Tell us more about the journey.
Okay, I'm not sure.
New York Times specifically.
The journey to the New York Times specifically is really that's a wild story. It is one of my most.
Do this. I guess we'll create a new note.
Birth chart. I would say the journey to the Times was like a 6-year journey. So remember, I was telling you.
I want to do this from.
Engineers. I couldn't get approval to work with engineers. So at that time, I started looking for other jobs. I was at Mashable. This was like 2016. And I applied for a job at the Times. And I got through like 3 rounds of interviews. I actually got to go to the building. And I interviewed with what at the time was called the beta team. It was a very small team.
Oh, you know what? I think what we do.
Becoming the games team.
Wait, if I open up the annotations, let me open up the annotations.
So I actually kind of like interviewed for this job back before I even decided to like.
Okay, that does that. So what is the actual?
I got that job because
if I open it as Markdown.
Had direct experience with engineers on paper, which drove me crazy and was part of the reason that I went back to school. It was one of the inciting incidents.
Okay, we have annotation project, then we have the URL, we have the path cover, we have the annotation target. That's what we need.
And here at this time, like,
is there. Okay, that's what we need. So what we'll do is we'll have to update the thing there. But actually, let me open that up again.
Basically, I've gone into 6 figures of debt
just to see the ISBN, and then we'll search for the ISBN.
And I'm back. And I really want to work here. And it was an extreme.
So that's that. Nice.
In fact, once I got the job,
like side by side.
Our executive producer Zoe Bell told me, she was like, honestly, I wasn't sure you were gonna like it, but you seemed incredibly
book search, create new book note,
really wanted to work here, and so that made me feel better about that feeling.
192,
so yeah, I spent
see if that comes
a ton of money.
It is coming up as that, but it's not going to be
for myself by going back to school and not.
Oh, here it is.
So when people ask me
That's it.
What can I do? I'm like, I don't want to.
That's it. Okay.
It's not reasonable.
Path cover, and then we'll do the annotation.
Well, put in a different light, the New York Times wasn't ready for you either. I think 6 years before you started, who knew that gaming was going to be such a big thing at the New York Times? Like that's
There we go.
kind of an interesting journey that the company's been on too, right?
Yeah. Well,
Oh no, it's not the JPEG. What am I doing?
I was kind of burned from my time in digital media. I loved the companies I worked for, but let me tell you, working in early to mid 2010s digital media in New York, there was obviously a ton of perks to it. People were getting a ton of money. There was a lot of excitement and investment. But you were at
This one.
which is still the case, I'm sure. You were
Oh boy, I gotta get used to using my system here.
like every month, legitimately.
There we go.
There was one moment when
So that should work.
never met in my entire life, who I would never meet
I
again.
don't know what's happening here.
Walked into my office and basically told me what my
Just
job
gonna
was
open
be
it
for the
as
next 6 months.
Markdown.
And my bosses sat there and were like, "Yeah."
There we go.
And at that moment, I was like, "I gotta get out of here."
So annotations, we can add our annotations and stuff, excerpts and quotes. So then I'm gonna open it
I
up.
do not even care if I have a job, let alone are actually thinking about what I'm doing. So I wanted to get out of digital media, and I made a promise.
I'm just gonna copy it.
I would ever work for again was the New York Times, because at that time I remember we just saw them denying all of it.
Peter Bruce, Andrew Bruce,
We're not going to do it.
Peter Gadek. That sounds okay. Okay, so then
some people called it really conservative.
I'm just gonna copy this stuff
on
here.
the other side of it, I was like, no, those people are right.
Did I want to add these things? Because I don't think I have
We're not going to win this
done them yet.
over here. So
I'll just copy them.
When I made that promise to myself.
Love it. If we've got
Paste
the
over
timeline correct, is it
here.
fair to say, obviously New York Times has been known for
Chapters
crosswords forever. Had other puzzles, at least in print, like Can.
Yeah, since 1942.
We know that the Wordle acquisition was in early 2022.
Yeah, I think January of that year, yeah.
When was it that you joined the Times?
I joined in July of that year, so about 6 months, literally, right after. When I joined the Times, we were in the middle of finishing the process of bringing Wordle like fully into the New York Times like technology.
Would Spelling Bee have predated your arrival, or was that?
Oh yeah, Spelling Bee debuted in May of 2018. It was really like the first big game that like the New York Times games team sort of like developed and put out. Is my impression. I obviously wasn't there, but I know that was like a really big moment, a kind of big shift. Yeah.
But you've been around then for, obviously some other big games have come out recently. Connections, Strands, some other experiments that have certainly been cool to watch. Yeah, tell us more about maybe especially on the most recent launch, Strands. What has that been like on the inside?
Yeah, so I'm particularly proud of Strands.
Yeah, I don't know.
One of the two teams I work with at the New York
How
Times
I'm going to do this
Games Squad, which is a group of people. It's engineers and a puzzle designer and visual designer.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this part.
What could be the next new game for the Times? So, we're constantly throwing stuff out. Some of it gets, red lit like pretty early on. Other stuff gets greenlit to keep going through this development process. And Strands was really the first game that like the current iteration of the team brought from what we would call phase 2 of the greenlight process at the Times to the public. When I started on new games, it was like right when we were beginning the process of bringing connections to the public, but I joined like after the initial development of connections.
Well, we'll add links to those later. I haven't even started anything for this, so I'm gonna actually just delete this file.
So Strands is really special to me.
And
it's like the first time this team that I work with every single day was.
Did I have a project for that?
Sort of the finish of the
Practical statistics for data scientists. I will. I'll just put this in that folder. So we'll just move that over to.
And flexible enough to
there we go.
Really let us be creative.
Inside of there, but I'm gonna use the code in a different folder though, right? I'm gonna use that in my analysis projects. So.
The original page, and so we, iterated.
Well, I mean, this does have a different end date than this one. Once I finish with that, I can just dump it into my like book notes and stuff. Or my like old projects. That sounds fine. Okay.
I'm kind of curious. I think some of the brainy puzzles that we deal with.
Okay, so we're going to work with resources. Actually, I want to add
something wrong with those. Like
something
you can have a really great algorithmically generated Sudoku puzzle.
Oh gosh, why do I keep doing this?
On some of these word games where it really is kind of this blend of.
Just before I forget,
it's got to be fun. It's got to be playable.
I want to update my
puzzle creator really has the input in it too. So I guess I'm
think
personally
here.
curious about like just
Okay.
as kind of sitting in the middle of, all these different
insert theme.
creative types and stakeholders. Like,
Say
what does that
insert
look like
theme.
in bringing together? Like,
I could just go with the title. Well,
and
I mean,
the devs, the product team, all that. What does that look like?
that's fine.
Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to thank you for pointing that out because to me,
Here we can put.
that is one of
What
the
else do we
things I'm most
have that
proud
we
of, for working
did from yesterday?
is that we actually invest.
We had notes, questions, notes,
and that is the
and resources. So we had questions, notes, and resources.
To me, and why I think we actually make sense to be a part of this, which is that when you subscribe to the New York Times Games, you are actually contributing to paying people to sit down and make this game for you every day.
Some of the resources that we're using are.
And that's, not dissimilar from reading news and subscribing to it because you want to pay those journalists to keep going out there and creating news themselves, right? It's not that disparate structurally. So I love that. And it's something that I think really is at the heart of the value of what we produce every single day. In terms of how the puzzle editors, they're called, are related
there we
to
go.
New games development, it's interesting.
There we go.
Basically, we don't involve the puzzle editors at the very beginning of the process. We're just kind of figuring out. We ourselves on the New Game Squad will create sample puzzles.
Oh, I'm on the wrong thing.
I'm talking a handful, right? Just to see if this thing.
Let's go ahead. Actually,
our stakeholders, we call them the concept committee at the New York Times, which is subsection of our leadership mission team. They vote if prototypes are going to green light through this process. Once it gets to a certain point, we've made a few puzzles, we've tested them with potential players, they're liking it, we've got some kinks, we feel like, okay, these are a good example. At that point,
there we go.
Collaborating with editorial and say, hey, this thing's coming up that actually has some legs. We should talk about what it would look like at scale. What does it mean? Would it mean you'd be able to handle with your current team?
So we're getting everything committing lots of preparation is what I do.
Additional support on editorial to be able to support this at scale. Is there something on here that as a puzzle editor you see as being not actually that editorial?
We have this, and then we have this note, right? And the good thing about this is that because I have the okay. Took me a while to remember how to do this. I have to figure it out, right? You need this annotation target in your YAML, and you need it to point to a link to the PDF. Or in this case, I just have the name of the thing with that.
We have a lot of cool tools to help
and an internal markdown link that points to the Obsidian will go and find where it is in the system there.
Depending on the puzzle, it's going to be different. The between that process and the editorial team.
I imagine there's some data site, if you will, internally or staging site where at least a small group of people can play ahead on future puzzles.
Oh yeah, we 100%.
Is that open to a pretty big group, or do you tighten that up quite a bit?
Well, we have this shorts mode after Real Shorts, which is if you have certain permissions, you can access things like debug modes and all sorts of ways to zip through puzzles and things like that. So that's one fun tool we have, and that's accessible to anyone at the times who wants it. Pretty much, I think everyone on the games team at least has it. And then in terms of the prototypes, we will solicit feedback from all sorts of people.
So with that annotation target, now I can go up to
the new games team and our stakeholders, but the games team as a larger
here.
Team, we will go out.
I thought it was going to toggle
for playtest, and we also have a really incredible audience insight group
annotator
internal testing for us throughout this process. So we have to constantly creating places for those playtests to happen. So
no annotation target property.
I'm sure there's a lot that you can't share in terms of just size and scope, daily player and things like that. But are there any interesting insights you can provide in terms of just
Yeah, I would love to give some highlights for sure. We have tens of millions of people.
It's there. It says annotation target.
Incredibly exciting. I mean, it's one of the main reasons I get up in the morning.
How did I do it in the other one?
Everyone and their mom, quite literally, is in America at least aware of our games, which is really cool. We also had
so open this markdown
in the last year and a half of user behavior from the web.
Then it's just the name of the PDF. Okay, so it will go and find that. So I just need to get rid of.
If you asked me,
it's that. Okay.
If I thought we were
hopefully that works. Let's go to that and then.
App Store chart for free word games. No, I did not think that was going to happen. So
let's see if that works.
And then just the sheer volume of puzzles played is pretty.
Annotation target. Well, I have that though.
Billion times last year.
Did I spell it wrong?
Once per every human on the planet. So
did I spell
Wordle
wrong?
alone was played 4.8 billion times. So that thing just keeps on trucking. It's wild. And Connections, which I was like super happy to produce the beta launch of, it's not even a year old. It's already, we have 2.3 billion plays on that thing. So it's really exciting to
Okay,
work
that
on these
is.
puzzles that like not only proud of in and of itself, but
Maybe we need to rename it. I'm gonna go into my books. Actually, let me go.
Guessing you can't telegraph too much of a strategy here, but obviously you and the broader collective team there brought a lot of
I guess
great.
I'll just do this. This is taking way too long.
Whether it's Spelling Bee or Connections or
Bruce Gadeck. So let's rename
That
this.
big time acquisition that really
Oh
put
God, no! I didn't want to do
the whole
that.
thing on the map. Not that you weren't already in games. But how do you
Can I
think
go
the
to my
organization
trash?
thinks about sort of buy versus build on a go forward basis?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, the Times, first and foremost, is trying to develop its own games internally. We have a number of systems, the New Game Squad just being one of them, that are in place to sort of generate our ideas within the team and the organization at large. So, like, that is 100% where our focus and the vast majority of our effort goes to. You know, I wasn't there for the Wordle acquisition. I think it was an incredibly smart move, obviously. But from what I understand, the way I've heard folks talk about it, it was like a lightning in the bottle moment. Like, here was a game
Nope,
that
that's
almost
not in there.
like
Okay, so
was already a sort of Timesian game. It fit this
I don't know if it
pattern
would
of
save
this
the.
daily thing that you do that you could do with your cup of coffee in the morning while you read your paper. It was a word
No,
game,
it's
so
not
it
in there.
fit into what we already were doing.
Oh my God! Come on, really?
And it had this like mass appeal to like a large audience.
What a pain in the balls,
You
man.
know, what we're trying to do with all of our content. So it really just was sort of like, I mean, how often is like the most viral game of the year?
Come on,
going
and it's
to
so
Smash
slow.
Bros? Like, not very often. So
Windows
it just was, like,
Explorer
an
is
extremely lucky experience.
unbearably
At
slow,
the Times
and
now, you know, I definitely am going to things like GDC and whenever I meet
this is
tons
really,
of people who
it's
are
really
working
irking me here.
incredibly cool, interesting daily puzzles. You know, hitting me up. Do you think there's any way like the Times would be interested in this? And I get that
Here,
because you look at
okay.
Wordle and you're like, yeah, I could do something like that. But like, truly, the value of Wordle is not just the gameplay, which is intuitive and amazing and clearly appealing to people. It was also what it was doing in the world that was its value, right? The experience it was creating between people, how it was bringing people together through media, like that was also a part of it. So I try to remind people, I'm like, it wasn't just the gameplay, right, that we were interested in. It was also what it brought along with it, which was this passion, this sort of mass passion for word games, and all of these people who are interested.
So
in
maybe
it
it doesn't work if it has this
pretty
that thing there.
experience.
What I wanted to do
Folks on the leadership team at the Times who are always talking
to change the
opportunities, looking
name
for
of it.
anything that could be great for us to go into. But yeah, generally speaking, 90% of our effort is developing internally.
So game creators, if you really do have the next Wordle, absolutely do give the New York Times a call. Otherwise, don't be super offended if Jeff isn't super responsive.
Yeah, if you have the next game that every single person on X is tweeting about, please, yeah, hit us up. And it's a word game or a daily puzzle, yeah, please.
If we haven't found you already. So
there we go.
It's the 40s.
Finally.
Back, like,
so it doesn't like having the
is daily, and it's about words, and it's
brackets in there, but I didn't want to start it with parentheses for whatever reason. I thought that the brackets would be fine, but you know, it depends on what data we're working with, I guess.
In a printed publication, and if subscribership goes down. Have you run into anything like that? I'm sure it's different in the digital world.
Wait, I don't. Oh, you mean like for the paper itself?
So practical statisticals for that, and hopefully this will load up soon.
It drives subscription, or it maintains subscription, right? It's not new that a news org would have games. And so there's some kind of calculation, or maybe the academics have done some research on what the value of the game is to the subscription over time. And I'm wondering how that's changed from the paper environment to the digital.
Well, one thing that's very different is that you don't have to read the paper if you're playing online, right? Whereas like if you want to get the crossword in the paper, you're buying the whole paper. And, you know, we hope that you do that at the Times. I think you're not only getting the paper anymore, you also get Cooking and The Athletic and Wirecutter and all of these amazing products, you know, so we've changed that as well. But there is also the option.
I don't know why it's not working.
Right. And like not really worrying about the rest if it's not, you know, for you. So that's one big change. Though I will say, you go back and look at like any thrift store, you will find a New York Times crossword anthology.
So it's file not found.
For $1 or $2. They were
Okay.
printing it in other ways.
I mean,
for sure. But yeah, I mean, I definitely think that providing value for your audience in a number of diversified ways is
was that what it was?
Method of increasing retention and creating value. Like, to me, growing up, for instance, the paper, every single morning I would be like, Mom, can I please have the comic book page? Like, please. Do I know if that like really kept her subscribed to the paper? No, but I would assume that, you know, seeing that interaction that I had definitely didn't encourage her to think about dropping it. Wasn't sitting there doing nothing every day.
Right. Well, we wonder in alternate universes how big the last acquisition would have been if it would have been a different org. Like, how much of the value is connected to the distribution that was in place, the quality of the team, the stewardship, and the brand to drive what Wordle has become.
Yeah, there is an excellent talk by my boss, Zoe Bell, in the GDC vault from GDC 2023 about this very thing. And I encourage folks to check it out if you're interested in more. We basically have this philosophy of like, do no harm. And I definitely think that in the hands of another organization, like, who knows what would have happened. So I think a lot of the value that Wordle has retained is definitely due to the...
Why is it not finding it? It's so weird.
Leadership has made, and I'm really proud of that for sure.
So it sounds like there's two things there, right? So, and I'm so lucky I have access to that GDC.
Can I
so
do the target as that?
But I think there's two things. One is undoubtedly, like, Wordle was a huge phenomenon. Like, it was already stood on its own. But I think there is a truism that the New York, even as large as it was, the New York Times still brought a larger audience to it. But the other thing you just said there is, like, do no harm. It's cool that you guys just, it sounds like in the last week, rolled out Wordle Archive to the masses. I think in another steward's hands, like, that archive would have been opened up like a year and a half ago. And that's like knocking you guys at all. But I think there's a purity of the game that it's daily. I go there once. I've got one game to play. And that's probably just retaining some of that magic has been pretty key. Sounds like you agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. I'm really proud of that. And the ways that we have decided to, you know, develop Wordle, so much of it is just on the back end, first of all, just like ensuring that we are creating a quality product that knows your streaks and your stats and all that, and integrating that in with the rest of the time suite. That was a lot of work. I can't underemphasize that.
I'm very confused at this annotation thing.
This week. This is one of the reasons I'm...
Oh my gosh. Gonna be some hurdles here to get over
working on stuff that like adds
when we do this
subscription. So like, it makes me feel good. You know, if I was working for another mobile game studio, a lot of times I'd be working
maybe
on,
I misspelled it or something. I don't know.
More money from you all the time. And it feels really nice to be developing something that's like, no, we're going to release this thing. And if you're subscribed, your subscription price isn't changing, but you just got access to 1,000 more puzzles. Like, I love that stuff. And I'm proud to like always be working towards that to bring value to our players. Like, that is very exciting. And I think Wordle Archive is a great example of that. It's like, if you never look at it, which I hope is not the case, you know, you still have that Wordle experience that you've always...
I guess we'll try like reloading or something. I don't know what's happening with Obsidian. It's not...
there for you, and hopefully it's beautiful and quality.
Not working.
To stick around.
Cool. Well, if you were starting over today, is there anything you'd do more rapidly in your career? If we're thinking back to those students thinking about building their careers.
I think I wasted a lot of time in my career chasing a quote unquote dream job. And I got several of those dream jobs, and most of them are the worst jobs I've ever had.
Plugins abandoned?
I don't think that that's a lesson I could have learned any other way than doing it. But what I will say is, don't be distracted by that. Your heroes are your heroes in part because you do not know them. And learning more about them is maybe not necessarily going to be the greatest thing. So like, if you want to work at this place and you just feel like, until I do that, I haven't made it. Like, I encourage you, figure out literally the work you like to do. Find people that you actually enjoy working with and can survive working with, because that is so much more important to your own well-being, to you being able to actually produce something of value, to generate, honestly, good karma and good relationships. Follow what is actually working, not some thought in your head of what's cool or who you want to be like. To me, those experiences have wound up being really disillusioning and discouraging, if anything. I wish I had more confidence earlier on in my careers to create my own path and not try to like chase the things that I admired or loved so much. I think it's a weird piece of advice, maybe, but that's what I would say.
Not necessarily. It seems very honest. Thanks for sharing that. And as you look forward, I know this year I've made a goal to get really good at delegation, which has put me down some interesting paths of different books and whatnot to think about thinking differently, because I think it'll set me up different in the next 5 years as I'm charting the next path. Do you have anything you're working on as a producer that you're taking some specific interest in building some of your next skills?
Yeah. So about 2 years ago, I launched a Kickstarter for a tarot deck called the Pasta Tarot, and it wound up being pretty successful. It was published by a division of Penguin Random House.
Well, that opened up this thing, but like, okay, so there we go. So there's just some.
Thinking about what I can do.
Okay, there's just some weird thing going on there. We'll just move it like
I'm learning about making pasta
over here. Maybe we'll move it over there.
Create a business that's like much more consumer focused than anything I've ever done. So that's a project I'm working on right now.
All right, will it work?
Part of my brain and is pretty cool. I will say one thing I love about it.
Let's open as Markdown and then open as
and love and can handle, but respects
annotation.
your work-life balance, which I am so grateful.
Annotations there.
Have a great culture of. There's like no crunch.
Okay, and then we can hide that. Finally, finally we're up. Okay, so then we can use
hustles. If you are that type of person,
the side there. We can. Oh shoot.
That allows you to explore new skills like without pressure. That's my favorite part about the side hustle.
We have this.
Is that I don't have a deadline. No one's yelling at me to like do it a certain way by a certain time. Like you can take like the Pasta Tarot took me like 2.5 years to design that thing and get it out. And I just kept telling myself the whole time, like, this is a privilege. Just enjoy doing things exactly how you like them and don't really worry about how long it's going to take you. Like, that's one of my favorite parts.
This Markdown. So we have the Markdown thing. We can put our notes and stuff in here.
That's so fun.
So I just want to make sure that I have the right things here. Can you add like?
And, I thought your Pasta Tarot one was just so that you could go out on the boat, lay around,
links and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get on a photo shoot. Yeah. When I hit
Okay.
I was like,
oh, we're finally up and running here.
Let me draw.
Let's get
Yeah, tell me when to stop shuffling.
We need a VS Code instance here, and
ooh, a good one for you, the Pope.
we're going to use a something else here. So let's go to CD projects.
And this is a card about, in my opinion,
professional, and then 2025, and then we'll go from there. So
Catholic is trying to impress, and really, to me, when it comes up,
Zen is in there. Okay, so yep, we're gonna go and we're gonna just add that. We're just gonna go right here. We're gonna open this one up.
Places where you need to sign up to their values and their dogma to be a part of it. Schools, clubs, that kind of stuff.
Let's work through this. I want to try to do like a split screen.
Do you like
maybe I want to like
into them, pull away from them? Are you the leader of any of those things? And how are people relating to you? Is it helping?
I'm gonna move this to a new window. So I'm gonna move that to a new window.
The Pope comes up. What do I want to do?
We'll have our obsidian.
All right, tell me when to
underneath that.
You're good.
And then we'll move
all right, the Ace of
that
Lunga
right
also
there.
is a spaghetti card.
Actually, what I'll do
so in the Pasta Tarot, the suit of Lunga is our analog for
I
traditional
want to
suit
delete
of
this one
swords.
file that I
This
had
is the
from
suit
yesterday.
that governs your intellect, your
We'll
mental
get this up
capacity,
and running, and then what we'll
your
do
logic and the ways you communicate, your writing and your speaking. So it's ruled by the
right
element
there.
of air.
There we go.
Ace of Lunga represents,
And then we have to open this Markdown and then go back to annotate to get it to come back. Just some weird behavior. I don't know. No annotations in the group, so can we collapse all?
Ideas today, they're good. There's a lot of potential in them. So listen to your intellect, listen to your reason, and anything that gets you excited to talk about. These are things to explore a little bit more for sure. And everybody likes spaghetti.
That card's for me for the new idea I gave you before. This
Okay.
It's telling me we should lean in on that.
Peter Bruce, Andrew Bruce, Lenny Bruce. No, Lenny Bruce is not afraid, but
my idea, Joseph.
he is not part of this here.
This hand of God is just you. Yeah.
Let's see.
Dang it. This has been wonderful, Jeff. Thanks for joining us. When folks try to find you online, I'm going to suggest they find the game that you made for getting to know you. And
oh my God, yes.
Yeah, it's so good. Where would you like them to find you online?
To be honest, nowhere.
Yes.
I am over being found on the internet. But
Perfect.
If you would like to connect with me, I definitely am a fan of LinkedIn, especially for anything in the games industry, because I'll frequently repost like job opportunities I see or things like that. So if you're approaching me around game stuff, find me on LinkedIn, Jet Petriello. I'm always happy to connect. Yeah, but other than that, I mean, I'm a gay man in New York, so my Instagram is kind of just thirst traps. I apologize in advance.
It is what it is. Thanks for being here with us. You've got more than just those two places, so we'll route you to the LinkedIn when it's relevant to games. Yeah, certainly. Fantastic. Thanks for being here, Jeff.
Catch you later. All right, bye.
Thanks so much, Jeff.
If you're a maintenance supervisor for a commercial property, you've had to deal with everything from leaky faucets to flickering light bulbs. But nothing's worse than that ancient boiler that's lived in the building since the day it was built, 50 years ago. It's enough to make anyone lose their cool.
Okay.
That's where Grainger comes in. With industrial-grade products and dependable...
Shower.
Grainger can help with...
What do we want to do with this now? We want to get...
Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop...
Amazing that that's still going.
We all like pizza, but what about growing your own pizza sauce?
Control-C.
Have you ever wanted to taste a tomato fresh off the vine from your own backyard? Here at Epic Gardening, we're here to help you turn that dream into a reality. Whether you're just starting out or looking to elevate your green thumb, we've got everything you need for a bountiful season. From our engaging tutorials to our durable metal raised garden beds, we make growing your own food simple and enjoyable. Visit shop.epicgardening today, and let's get growing.
Make sure that we have like everything installed correctly. SciPi's there. I think that's what we wanted to install, right? No, Scikit Learn was what we were going. Okay, Scikit Learn is installed. We got 1.6 installed there.
And I didn't like it. She wouldn't.
I know there's usually some issues when it comes to working with files that were like saved or pickled on a previous Scikit-Learn version. I remember running into this problem.
Let's talk about American politics in 2025.
That should be fun. Yeah,
I think it was with like JobLib. Like, they changed some of the formatting around at some point.
How are you this fine afternoon, sir?
You would think that that would necessitate a new version, but it was just like an update to the version. So I forget which one it was. It might have actually, maybe it was when it was in the beta or in version 0.
Let me just make sure you guys know we have been name dropping you the entire time. The entire time.
Specifics there. We do have a semantic versioning here with TZ data. That's pretty fun. 2024.2. Awesome. I love it. Love it when you know. You can just look at it. When was it updated? That's when it was updated. You know, we got the latest version.
Story of making a movie by doing your own research instead of like going to film school or anything like that.
Right. And Eli, how bad was this movie?
Well,
okay, so we're doing exploratory data analysis today. What I want to do is... Okay, so what are we... How far are we going to get with this? Because this is going to be pretty in-depth. It's going to be 30 pages here. Binary and categorical data mode, expected value, and probability. So these are going to be in R and in Python. I've been like kicking around like the idea of downloading an R instance and doing some R at the same time. That would double the amount of time that we're doing this stuff, right? Because
somehow,
I'm going to say that maybe this is.
I don't want to do that right yet. I think just learning the basics for one language here. Or like in my case, I'm kind of just refreshing my skills for a lot of this. Probably most of whatever I do in this book is just a refresher. So
put it on a
let me get rid of this very loud podcast. There we go. We'll get started with this. I really wish that I had some background music that was not copyright ID. I just don't like it. I don't know what's happening with YouTube. Actually, I don't mind. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna get some background music on. I haven't gotten any strikes. It's just been content claims, and it's been yeah. So it's been fine. I need to fix this issue. It was fine. It was working beautifully. And then at some point it changed. Oh gosh, this is going to be a rabbit hole, isn't it? Bear with me. What does that mean? This doesn't even mean anything. This is just... Yeah. These are all terrible, by the way. This is just the shitification of Google search. It's just terrible now. Oh yes, let's get some AI thing. That sounds plausible, but it's not correct. I run into that with all these technical things all the time. All the time. Like, read this. Check audio sources, browser source audio. Make sure the browser source you added is selected as an individual audio input and not lumped under desktop audio. What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. That means nothing. That's not a thing in OBS. That's not a thing. Why? How would you even do that? No, you don't. You don't choose what's lumped under desktop audio. And they have a source to this claim. And these are the sources they used? I don't know. You misunderstood it. You just captured a bunch of words, thought that these were the most plausible words, and no, it's wrong. So I think what I was doing, I think the thing I needed to do was to change my audio mixer settings, like the volume settings on sound. The volume mixer. I think it was from here. Oh, so there should be... Well, that's weird because there should be a browser source up on here. Browser source should be showing up as a task. Because it is here. I just saw a browser page. I actually shouldn't have that many of them, though. I don't know why there's 3 of them. So something's wrong there. Let's see if there's... because you can search, right? Yeah. Some of these probably aren't even using anything, right? Efficiency mode for that one. That one's still using. Looking for ones that are just completely disconnected. 0 MBs per second. I think it might be this one and that one. They might be conflicted. I'm mad if... No, I don't want to close and come back. I could reconnect, but I don't want to do that. Where are the recommended devices? Output device is that system device default. It should be defaulted. I think what I needed to do is to output. I don't know why this is irking me. It just is. Yeah, both those are sidechained for that. I just don't know. Oh, hey. Monitor only? New output? Monitor and output. Yeah, we want monitor and output for that. I don't know what's going on here. It's monitor only. Monitor off, so I'm not hearing it, but it's going on in the background. The music is really only for me. Okay, I guess I'll live with it. Jeez, I can't solve this problem. It's like, okay. I feel like I've worked on, I might have documented this before. What are my notes on OBS Studio? Yeah, it wasn't that. It was something else. Omni search would maybe be better for that, searching through my notes. I was just curious as to what would work for that. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, hopefully this just works, then. Okay. I just gotta get to this. Otherwise, it's gonna be another long day, right? And it's almost 11 already. So, let's go with this. We got our pip stuff there. All I want to do is to pip these and send that to the requirements text. And then what I'll do is I'll create a new directory. I should make this a Git repo, honestly. I don't know if I want to do that, though. I could just make it a private one. I could just do that. Yeah, that would be good because I could practice my Git skills as well tomorrow. So next week. Next week or next time I come at this, I'm gonna do that. Probably gonna take a day off tomorrow. Take care of some stuff around the apartment. And life stuff. Let's see. What do we want to call this? We want to call this practical. For data analysis. We'll CD into that. What do we want to do from there? I'm not sure what exactly we want to do from there. I'm not sure how I want to structure these. Do I want to structure them into chapters? I probably want to do notebooks with this, but it's fine to just go with it. Let's see. Let's just start reading this. This book is aimed at the data scientists with some familiarity with the R and/or Python programming languages and with some prior, perhaps spotty, ephemeral exposure to statistics. Exactly, that's me. Two of the authors came to the world of data science from the world of statistics and have some appreciation of the contribution that statistics can make to the art of data science. We are well aware of the limitations of traditional statistics instruction. Statistics as a discipline is a century and a half old, and most statistics textbooks and courses are laden with the momentum and inertia of an ocean liner. Yeah. All the methods in this book have some connection, historical or methodological, to the discipline of statistics. Methods that evolved mainly out of computer science, such as neural nets, are not included. Two goals underlie this book: to lay out in digestible, navigable, and easily reference form key concepts from statistics that are relevant to data science, to explain which concepts are important and useful from the data science perspective, which are less so, and why. And conventions used in this book. We have this is just a standard boilerplate O'Reilly stuff here. Code examples. They have a GitHub. We can probably go to that. Can I click that? Do I have to control click? I don't know why it's not bringing it up. Is it because it's on different things? Oh, I bet it is. It's on different. It's on a couple different lines. Is that why? Copy. So they have that here. Just go ahead and, oh, nice. They have all of the dependencies here in the environment YAML. Stats models, that's good. We'll just go ahead and install these. One of the practices that or exercises that I like to do a lot that really helps me understand dependencies is to just try to load them one by one and pip install them. and see where they clash. Sometimes they'll clash, and you'll have to see why. And I enjoy learning why they suffer from that. So they have R projects, and I think they have like MarkNet. So R proj is like a. So this is going to be like a huge document, though. Oh, maybe not. Okay. R proj. The notebooks. Okay, so they did it by chapter. I guess I could do it by chapter as well. They did the notebooks by that, and the code is just going to be separated into chapters as well. Okay, so seems like we got a choice. I think I want to use notebooks. I don't know, just for the heck of it right now, because I'm just going to be applying to like analyst positions and not things that are very CS heavy. This book is here to help you get your job done. In the general, if example code is offered in this book, you may use it in your program's documentation. You do not need to contact us for permission unless you're reproducing a significant portion of the code. For example, writing a program that uses several chunks of code from this book does not require permission. Selling or distributing examples from our O'Reilly books does require permission. And answering a question by citing this book and quoting example code does not require permission. Incorporating a significant amount of example code from this book into your product's documentation does not require. Okay. We appreciate but do not require attribution, and attribution usually indicates that. So this is their recommended we're going to highlight this. Highlight this, and so I'm kind of curious like how I can like find the annotations. So let me bring that up here. Nice. So the annotation just shows up right down here underneath related notes. So actually what we'll do is we will add annotations underneath that. We'll have to add that to our new book template, but I just want to reduce a lot of friction right now. So the highlight, and it comes with some of the context, which is so interesting. I'm kind of surprised. And then like, so yeah, so that's the, yeah. So we can actually like copy this, and what we'll do is we're like citing this book, and we'll just put put that there, I think. Can I get rid of the highlight? I just want to get rid of the highlight. There we go. And end it with that. Okay. I guess the whole thing. Well, only some of it is actually. So which part is? This title is done in cat and italics, and then everything else not so. So we have also that there. Okay, so that's good. Okay, that's how we cite the book if we're going to ever cite the book. Good. Okay. All right, how to contact us, do all that stuff. Acknowledgements. The authors acknowledge the many people who helped make this book a reality. I'm not going to read all this, honestly. That's great. I like that they give, acknowledgement. But we're just going to jump right in. I just want to get started with this. And, get done with today. So I'm going to start a new... yeah, I'm going to create a new notebook. And I think what we'll just call this is... yeah, I guess we'll just call it C1. Exploratory data analysis. Notebook. That'll get me that right there. Bring that up. And I guess we'll just go ahead and hide. Okay, hide that. And we're going to have to select the kernel from our venv. And we can add a markdown cell at the top, and we're just going to call this Exploratory Data Analysis at the top level. And we'll see what we can do underneath here. So this chapter focuses on the first step in any data science project, exploring the data. Classical statistics focused almost exclusively on inference. Okay, I need to turn this. I'm just going to close this down. Jeez, that's so loud. Okay. Luckily, I heard that because that was just annoying. Okay. So the first part is going to be exploring the data, right? Classical statistics focused almost exclusively on inference. Actually, do I want to just I want to bring this here, and then I'll bring this over there. And then we'll just do this. Tukey. Okay. John W. Tukey. Tukey Maluki. If I click on that, does that go to it? Control click. I don't know why the control clicks aren't working. It's weird. Right click's not working either. Control shift, alt click. Control alt click. Yeah, you can save it apparently. I kind of want this to be larger, right? Can I do it as like 100, 125, 150? Do it as 150, I think, and then we'll just like. Okay, can I like? Wait a minute. There we go. Okay, that looks pretty good, I think. Move that down. Okay. So classical stats focused almost exclusively on inference, which of course is kind of the stuff that I learned in college. Estimating a population parameter, right? Estimating the variance and stuff. So, and then that gets into like hypothesis tests and other kinds of statistical tests that you can do, and that's all inference, right? That's trying to infer what the population, or try to infer some information about the distribution of your data set. John Tukey in 1962 called for a reformation of statistics in his seminal paper, The Future of Data Analysis. Interesting. I think I might just like highlight this here. Highlight that. He proposed a new scientific discipline called data analysis that included statistical inference as just one component. Tukey forged links to the engineering and computer science communities, he coined the terms bit, short for binary digit, and software. Interesting. Did not know that he did that. And his original tenets are surprisingly durable and form part of the foundation for data science. So the field of exploratory data analysis was established with Tukey's 1977 now classic book, Exploratory Data Analysis. I'm going to highlight that as well. Tukey presented simple plots, box plots, scatter plots that, along with summary statistics, mean, median, quantiles, help paint a picture of a data set. With the ready availability of computing power and expressive data analysis software, exploratory data analysis has evolved well beyond its original scope. Key drivers of this discipline have been the rapid development of new technology, access to more and bigger data, and the greater use of quantitative analysis in a variety of disciplines. David Donoho, professor of statistics at Stanford University and former undergraduate student of Tukey's, authored an excellent article based on his presentation at the Tukey Centennial Workshop in Princeton, New Jersey. Donoho traces the genesis of data science back to Tukey's pioneering work in data analysis. So some fond words about Tukey. He's contributed a lot to the discipline, right? The eminent statistician whose ideas developed over 50 years ago to form the foundation of data science. Can you highlight? Can't highlight pictures. Thought maybe we could highlight pictures or something. Did I annotate his picture? Draw a face on him. Elements of structured data. Yeah. So right. Okay. I did not even touch the word structured. All the stuff I did yesterday was structured data with the CSV files that we were using, and Parquet files are structured. JSON files can be unstructured. You can impose a structure on a JSON object, but imply a structure from that. But the format itself is open to unstructured data as well, or what's the other word that I'm looking for? There's the one that's in between. Partially structured data, something like that. Semi-structured data. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's go through this. So from structured data, data comes from many sources: sensors, measurements, events, texts, images, and videos. The Internet of Things is spewing out streams of information. Much of this data is unstructured. Images are a collection of pixels, with each pixel containing RGB color information. Texts are sequences of words, and non-word characters often organized by sections, subsections, and so on. So here's what I want to just comment. So images could be considered structured data if the number of pixels was limited. It was consistent, right? But because they differ, that would be unstructured. That would be my understanding of it, right? So texts are sequences of words, and again, texts can be any length, right? And non-word characters are often organized by sections, subsections, and so on. And so there could be hierarchies and other divisions of the sequences of words. And click streams are sequences of actions by a user interacting with an app or a web page. Click streams, right? haven't dealt with that kind of data before. Sequences of actions by a user interacting with an app or a web page. You could just think of that as being as being text data as well. I mean, these are all the same kind of thing. If you think about it, that there's like an abstraction that you can like apply to all of them, to connect all of them. In fact, a major challenge of data science is to harness this torrent of raw data into actionable information. To apply the statistical concepts covered in the book, unstructured raw data must be processed and manipulated into a structured form. One of the commonest forms of structured data is a table with rows and columns, as data might emerge from a relational database or be collected for a study. So, there's two basic types of structured data, numeric and categorical. Numeric data comes in two forms, continuous. Interesting, let's go with this. Continuous and discrete, such as the count of the occurrence of an event, right? So, yeah, discrete, okay. You have categorical data. Binary data is an important special case of categorical data that takes only one of two values, right? And another useful type of categorical data is ordinal data. So we'll highlight all these. What I want to do is to link these to some other pages. So why do we bother with the taxonomy of data types? It turns out that for the purposes of data analysis and predictive modeling, the data type is important to help determine the type of visual display, data analysis, or statistical model. Yes. Visual display being, the graph that you choose. In fact, data science software such as R and Python uses these data types to improve computational performance. More important, the data type for a variable determines how software will handle computations for that variable. So we have some key terms for data types, and I think what I want to do is create a new note in my Obsidian. So what we'll do, actually, I'm just going to bring it over here. I have it on the other screen, so we'll bring it over and create a new note, or a new note called data types, because I don't think I have something called data types. Revisiting data types, data storage types. No, let's just go with data types for this, okay? Key terms for data types. So here we go. Data analytics. Yeah. Data analytics will be a note for that. So we have how do I want to organize this? So we want to do this as a list here, I think. So numeric, continuous, and discrete. So I could do a definition, and we could do numeric data. That could be another thing inside of another, right? Continuous. And that's going to be that. Oh, I need to do that, don't I? There we go. Data on any value in an interval. We can even do another call out here and do like synonyms or something. So we can do like note, and we can do like synonyms. Integer or interval. Numeric. Let's see how that looks. Not bad. Not terrible. The spacing is way too far off though. So we'll do another definition. I think I can just do def. No, can't. Oh, there's something wrong. There it is. I wish I could just do def there. Okay. And then we have discretes. We have data. We take on only integer values. That's not exactly true. It's an example, but discrete could be it could be decimals, or like to the to a specific place as well. So it's data, to be more specific, more like technically correct, you'd probably say that data that can be mapped to the integers, integer values. So I think all the rationals could be, though, I think. But then, like, you don't generally think, you can't really do that. That's not true. So it's not true for that. It's numbers that could be basically data where that numerical data where the the minimum value can be multiplied. No, that's not true. It's the number of like places. In terms of like data, I don't know. It's a good simplification, but I don't think it's I think you could like extend it to rationals where you're only going up to one, where you have a consistent, basically you have it can be quantized, right? It's data that can be quantized. That you can have a notion of a smallest unit, right? I think that's more accurate. Integer count, yeah. So let's do a categorical data. We have here. Okay, so we can actually put a thing here. Oh. I'm gonna actually put a note called like sources, and we can link to here we go. So, okay, we got an ordinal data as well. Okay. So binary data. Could also put synonyms into there for categorical data. Let's do that as. Just do that, right? Enumerated factors, nominal. Yeah, so categorical data is finite, right? You have a finite number of options. You could treat categorical data as discrete if the number of options are like huge, right? But they have to be comparable. If you can treat ordinal data as discrete if you have a large number of them. Let's see, a special case of categorical data in just two categories of values, being 01, true or false. And so then synonyms for this would be dichotomous, logical, indicator, or Boolean. Those are like, yeah, indicators. To do that in what you call it, combinatorics. Shows up a lot. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that or this. It depends. I'm just gonna leave it as that. It might be messy, but we'll just move on. Categorical data that has an explicit ordering. So one of the synonyms for this is ordered factor. Ordered factor. Interesting. Okay. So that's that. I'm going to link to that here. get all these highlights there, annotations, highlights. It's funny. Okay, get back to here. We haven't even done any code yet. Software engineers and database programmers may wonder why we even need the notion of categorical and ordinal data for analytics. After all, categories are merely a collection of text or numeric values, and the underlying database automatically handles the internal representation. However, explicit identification of data as categorical as distinct from text does offer some advantages. So here's a good thing to highlight, I think. Oh, actually, we can just delete this one, right? Delete that highlight. What I want to do. Go. Okay. Knowing the data is categorical can act as a signal telling software how statistical procedures such as producing a chart or fitting a model should behave. In particular, ordinal data can be represented as an ordered factor in R, preserving a user-specified ordering in charts, tables, and models. In Python, scikit-learn supports ordinal data with the scikit-learn preprocessing ordinal encoder. Storage and indexing can be optimized as in a relational database. Yeah, and the possible values. A given categorical variable can take are enforced in the software like an enum. So another thing is like, because you're going to store it as text in like in a SQL database or some other relational database, the data type you choose can be the size of the storage can be limited to the size of the or the length of the longest string, which may save some space. I think there might be some other optimizations too. I'm thinking like it can make them as enumerated things where it's basically you're creating another table, and then like the storage is just storing a number that like points to. It's like an ID that points to the value that you're looking for. That could save a lot of space too, for sure. Close up. Possible values a given categorical variable can take are enforced in the software like an enum. Yeah. Exactly. And then I guess the other benefit here, they say that in R, these are imported as factors. So the default for text is to turn it into a factor. So if you are adding more, if you're going to add more data on to that, you might be breaking something. So I don't know. It's just something to keep in mind, I guess. Maybe it'll like refactor after you add something. I don't know. Subsequent operations on that column will assume that the only allowable values for that column are the ones originally imported, and assigning a new text value will introduce a warning and produce an NA. Oh, so that's what happens. Missing value, it will show as The pandas package in Python will not make such a conversion automatically. However, you can specify a column as categoricals explicitly in the read CSV function, or in just the read in general. You can do that. We saw that yesterday. Data is typically classified in software by type. So yeah, let's just like highlight this. Oh god, I don't know why. Typically classified in software by type. Data types include numeric and categorical, binary and ordinal. Data typing in software acts as a signal to the software on how to process the data. Okay, so for further reading, we have pandas documentation. How they can be manipulated in Python for the data types. Our tutorial. W3 Schools Guide to SQL. That's a fun one. Did that one before. Actually, I've gone through the exercise of those things like several times, just as like a knowledge check. Okay, so rectangular data, the typical frame of reference for an analysis in data science, is a rectangular data object, like a spreadsheet or a database table. Interesting. So rectangular data is the general term for a two-dimensional matrix with rows indicating records and columns indicating features, right? Records or cases and features being variables. Data frame is the specific format in R and Python. The data doesn't always start in this form. Unstructured data must be processed and manipulated so that it can be represented as a set of features in the rectangular data. Right. Data in relational databases must be extracted, put into a single table for most data analysis and modeling tasks. Key terms for rectangular data. Okay, so maybe we do want to flesh this idea out a little more, or take some notes here. So I'm gonna actually, I think I'll just like duplicate this file and just make a copy. Make a copy of the current file, and we're gonna change the name of this to rectangular data, and I'm gonna add a alias as a data frame, or like data frame, data frame, that, or data frame. Yeah. So can be aliased. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll just take the definition thing here and work with that. So we'll just take this, just go right back to that, this here. Just copy that. Bring it down to here. That's weird. So we'll just save that as a definition there. General term or Data doesn't always start in this form. Unstructured data, right? So we have the key terms. So let's look at key terms here, and let's look for terms for okay. Definition a data frame. So this is going to be rectangular data, like a spreadsheet. It's the basic data structure for statistical and machine models. And another definition here is a column, or let's get this feature. It's a column within a table. As a feature. We also have some synonyms here, so let's get that. Aliases, so we have attribute. I wish I had spent some time learning Jolt's. Jolt is the developer behind Excalidraw, and he also does Excalibrain for Obsidian. It's a plugin, and basically he created a plugin that allows you to put some structure to your notes, and then explore those notes after you put that structure to it. And the structure that you're putting to it is basically an ontology, linking things back, linking ideas together, and so that you can make sense of things, see the connections between different, maybe disparate, seemingly disparate fields or concepts or ideas. Let's see. So if you're predicting an outcome, well, this is going to get into some predictive analytics here then. This is often a yes/no outcome. Okay. I wonder if you can, it would be nice to link towards definitions or link towards callouts. That would be fun. I wonder how I should handle that part of the notes. Features are used to predict an outcome in a study. So in data science speak, a lot of times that's features and then target. You have the outcome is a target. So right, synonyms are target. Synonyms being the dependent variable and features being the independent variables, which is kind of interesting because variable could be independent variables. dependent variable. It's a variable that depends on the features, right? Depends on the values of the features in order to get the output or the target. Records. Let's go with this here. These are going to be rows, right? Row within. People is commonly referred to as a record. And then synonyms of this. A case, an example, an instance, an observation, pattern, sample. Been toying around with like what's the finest level of granularity that I'm comfortable with. If I go and like make each one of these things a note onto itself, I would be like creating an ontology and stuff. Which would be fun, but would really blow up the number of notes that I have in the in my vault, and it would just make it a little bit more cumbersome to like search through and look through. Yeah, it would be fun to look at the graph, but not sure if there's much to be gleaned from that. That would be a project on itself, right? That would be a job, I think. So table 1.1, there's a mix of measured or counted data. So category, music, movie, game, automotive. So we have a category here. Obviously, that's categorical data. There's only a finite number of ways that you can categorize or that they're going to be. I mean, there can be like there can be like, you can categorize it by a lot of different ways, but in general, you're going to have a finite number of categories. US for currency, that's going to be another categorical data. Seller rating, that is, it looks like we have an ordinal. I think it could be an ordinal. Could be categorical. I'm not sure what this seller rating is referring to, though. Duration, is that a number of days? Or if it's number of days, then that is going to be a numeric data. It's going to be discrete. And end day is categorical, right? Monday through Sunday. Close price and open price, these are continuous variables, and competitive is going to be a binary, right? So, yeah, so we have measured or counted data, duration, and price. Yeah. Categorical data, category, and currency. Special form of categorical is the binary, and then seen in the right. So interesting, the indicator variable showing whether an auction is competitive had multiple bidders or not. This indicator variable also happens to be an outcome variable when the scenario. So it's the outcome is dependent on how you set up the question, right? The scenario is to predict whether an auction is competitive or not, where you want to predict the competitiveness. Whether or not it's competitive, then it's the outcome. Data frame, let's go back. And how, like, when do we get to actual code? It's going to take a while, so it's going to get into number 12. So we're not going to get to any code until we actually get to after lunch. I'm just reading right now. This will be good. This is a really good. I think there might have been some updates to the text in this. Really, some great stuff here. Okay. All right. Data frames and indexes. I should take a break pretty soon, actually. I think I'm going to take lunch in like 10 minutes. Okay. Let's work through this. Data frames and indexes. So traditional database tables have one or more columns designated as an index, essentially a row number. Yeah, it's just an identifier for the case or for the observation, right? Did we put observation as one of the? Yes, records. As one of the instances, one of the observations, one of the patterns, one of the sample. Pattern, I've never seen it referred to as a pattern. Case example, that all makes sense. Sample doesn't really make sense to me. Sample could be like could be a bunch of rows. So I wouldn't really refer to a row as being, or a record as being a sample. That's just confusing two different ideas. I think that would just be too confusing. I want to like cross out the ones that I don't want to use. Where were we? Okay. Yeah, so it's just, this can vastly improve the efficiency of certain database queries. In Python with the Pandas library, the basic rectangular data structure is a data frame object. By default, an automatic integer index is created for a data frame based on the order of the rows in Pandas. It is also possible to set multi-level hierarchical indexes to improve the efficiency of certain operations. So in R, basic rectangular data structure is a data dot frame object. That's interesting. What is like data dot frame data? A data dot frame also has an implicit integer index based on the row order. Native R data frame does not support user specified or multi-level indexes, though a custom key can be created through the row names attribute to overcome the deficiency. Two new packages are gaining widespread use, data.table and dplyr. Both support multi-level indexes and offer significant speedups in working with a data.frame. So terminology for rectangular data can be confusing. Statisticians and data scientists use different terms for the same thing. For a statistician, predictor variables are used in a model to predict a response or dependent variable. For a data scientist, features are used to predict a target. One synonym is particularly confusing. Computer scientists will use the term sample for a single row. That's very confusing. Yeah, a sample to a statistician means a collection of rows. Exactly what I said, yeah. It's fun how they just like, they point out the things that I'm kind of clashing with. Very well, probably like gone through revisions. Very well revised, I'm sure. Okay. Spatial data structures. Oh wait. Non-rectangular data structures. There are other data structures besides rectangular data. Time series data records successive measurements of the same variable. Or time series data records successive measurements of the same variable. It is the raw material for statistical forecasting methods, and it is also a key component of the data produced by devices, the Internet of Things. I'm going to highlight this. This is very important. Spatial data structures, which are used in mapping and location analytics. So maybe I want to do like rectangular data structures as well. So it could be called unstructured data. Spatial data structures, which are used in mapping and location analytics, are more complex and varied than rectangular data structures. In the object representation, the focus of the data is an object and its spatial coordinates. Right. In the field view, by contrast, focuses on small units of space and the value of the relevant metrics, pixel brightness, for example. I'm going to have that fleshed out. I'm not entirely sure. Graph data structures are used to represent physical, social, and abstract relationships. For example, a graph of a social network such as Facebook or LinkedIn may represent connections between people on the network, where the nodes are people, and then the connections are relationships, whether or not they're connected to each other, follow each other, or whatnot. It could be a directed graph, or it could be a undirected graph as well. Distribution hubs connected by roads are an example of a physical network. Graph structures are useful for certain types of problems, such as network optimization and recommender systems. Interesting, yeah, like that. That could be something that I niche into, couldn't it? Recommender systems. Each of these data types has its specialized methodology in data science. The focus of this book is on rectangular data, the fundamental building block of predictive modeling. So graphs and statistics, in computer science and information technology. The term graph typically refers to a depiction of the connections among entities into the underlying data structure. In statistics, graph is used to refer to a variety of plots and visualizations, not just of connections among entities, and the term applies only to the visualization, not to the data structure. So I generally make a distinction. I don't like to use the word graph for visualizations. I like to use the word chart, and reserve the word graph for referring to the data structure of not for visualizations. The basic data structure in data science is a rectangular matrix in which rows are records and columns are variables. Let's add these key ideas from here. Estimates of location. Variables with measured or count data might have thousands of distinct values. A basic step in exploring your data is getting a typical value for each feature, a variable. An estimate of where most of the data is located, its central tendency. Yeah, I think it's almost time for a break. My brain is just getting a little bit tired here. So I think what we'll do, I'll just go through these estimates of location. Central tendency. So location being the central tendency, or estimating the mean, yeah. So we'll get into all these things. Yeah. Oh boy. It's still widely read. Yeah, it's by Pearson, Exploratory Data Analysis by Tukey. Okay. Widely read. Okay, so I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna copy these things over, and I'm gonna I'm actually just going to cheat. Copy all these, and then I'm going to so I'm gonna copy. And I'm just going to make, so estimates of location, so location estimates. Where most of the data is located is a central tendency. Typical value for each feature. So an estimate of location is a typical value for each feature, I assume. Is what their definition is going to be for this. Okay, so there's some difference there. So I want to add, so we're going to, let me go back to here because I want to add some of the things that I just did here. Rectangular data and practical statistics. We have that one. We have the other. So we want to add a new one. So I'm actually going to go and let's do another duplication of this. Copy a file, and then we'll call this estimates of location. And then estimator, could be an estimator, trim mean. I think estimator is one. I'm just going to go with that. Here's what I'm going to do. Okay, so we pasted all that. I just need to put some structure to this. So we'll put the definition. We'll do that. I'll just, let me copy this. Oops, where'd that go? Copy this. I'll just do it like this. Weird that it does it like that. 50th percentile. What is this in? I think they're weighted median. We have a trimmed mean. We have a truncated mean. Oops. That's not what that was. Robust, not sensitive. These are just terms, right? These aren't, okay. These are terms. Extreme value. Wait. That's so weird that it copied it twice. Okay. So that gives us that there, and then we do synonym. Oops. Synonym is going to be average, in like some spaces. It's just like all right, and we'll just put a space in between them. Here we go. Okay, so where we have a synonym, we want to go and find all the synonyms and just select. Oh, I guess we have to put a there we go. Oh, we need to get this one though. Okay. This is our little dictionary of things. So let's get there we go. So now we have all our definitions into here from here. Estimates of location, the sum of all values divided by the number of values. That's the mean. Also known as the average. Sometimes, I mean, median could be the average. Could be referred to as the average, but it really depends. Yeah, it's usually some sleight of hand is going on there when they refer to anything as the average. They're trying to use there's usually some misdirection. They're usually referring to the thing that you think it's not, basically. So if they're referring to the mean, they'll cite the median. Or if they're referring to I don't know. If the mean is more favorable for their argument, they'll cite that as the average, when the median could be a more accurate descriptor. And then if vice versa, basically. Sum of all values divided by the number of values. The average, a weighted average, the sum of all means times a weight divided by the sum of the weights, the weighted average. That sounds suspiciously like the expectation. Weighted median, I have a problem here because the weighted median did not quite, okay. Did not quite come out. Value such that 1/2 of the sum of the weight lies above or below. Above and below the sorted data. I need to have that spelled out for me. I don't quite understand the weighted median. The value such that 1/2 there. So the value such that P% of the data lies below is a percentile, right? And then they're actually using some LaTeX math here. So we'll just use that. Value such that P% of the data lies below. Yeah. It's a quantile, so the value of a weighted median, there's no synonym here. They don't put a synonym, so I can't understand. Value such that 1/2 of the sum of the weights lie above and below. Above. Half of the sum of the weights. Hopefully we'll get some examples of this. Trimmed mean. The average of all values after dropping a fixed number of extreme values. Fixed number of extreme values. So usually, I guess, like when you define it by the inner quartile range. Yeah, you drop them based off of that. Anything outside of that range gets dropped, considered an extreme value, and dropped. Not sensitive to extreme values is robust. Of course, resistant is another synonym. Data value that is very different from most of the data is an outlier, right? An extreme value. Okay, so we got our terminology in place. And then we're going to actually dive into each of these things here, which it looks like, I don't know if they talk about any of the weighted median. Oh, they do. Okay. We'll get to that. Okay. All right. I'm going to take a break. We're on page 9. Page 9 of I don't know what that's of. There's 336 pages. So we'll get to that after I take some lunch here. Okay. Be back in about an hour. Okay, so I just did a power nap, and we're back from lunch. I'm going to be taking this off of microphone because we're watching. My wife's on lunch and watching What We Do in the Shadows. So to avoid any copyright strikes coming up on there, I'll just go off mic for the time being.
tu me donnes envie de faire l'amour. De faire l'amour. Danse avec moi. Danse avec moi. Danse avec moi. Il me disait toujours, des mots d'amour, il suffit d'avancer, que tu me donnes envie de faire l'amour. De faire l'amour. Danse avec moi. Danse avec moi. Danse avec moi. Il suffit d'avancer, que tu me donnes envie de faire l'amour. De faire l'amour. Danse avec moi. Il me disait toujours, des mots d'amour. Danse avec moi.
Naturally. It's RMD. Okay. That's pretty good. So I'm just going to get R installed onto this and use it in here. Required to enable R language service. Do you want to install? Yes, I do. That's why I was opening it up in the first place. Okay, we need to run it afterwards. Okay, you need the language server, apparently. It's good that I'm doing this on screen because this is the first time I've done this in a long time, so. Can capture all of the things that are happening here as it installs the language server for R. Right, so this is good. So we can get started, I think, with stuff here. So R Markdown, though, I wonder if we need a special thing. It does say R. Oh, you just start coding, right? And then I can just do code blocks, right? And if I do a default one, so I have to get the CSV files and stuff from the data thing here. So what I think I'm gonna do, how do I get just those data files? Let's see how we do that. Retrieve a Oh, just download it from there? I was hoping there was some way to do it with a terminal command or something. Command line. Cool. Maybe. Well, yeah, I mean, without cloning the... without cloning it, right? Okay. Well, back over here, there's something going on here. Library paths is an error. I don't know what's going on there. There's no package called that. Well, of course, because you're installing it, I thought. JSON Light. I don't know what's happening. Okay. I'm gonna bring this up right next to here so that we can get to it. So they say that you can like download everything. I guess. We have this one, and we can definitely download this. I think it's better for me to do this command line, actually. It'll be good practice. Loan data, CSV, GZ. So we need the state one here. So I'm going to go through in there, and then I'm going to go to the raw, and then the raw will give me the file there. And then what I can do is, I know how to do this, I think, in Python, so I can do this as a curl, and the output is going to be in data, and it's going to be states.csv, and then the one that we're hoping to get is from there. So let's see if that works. Let's see. That's going to work. And I don't know if it worked. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the data. Okay, so now I can look at Control B. Yeah, Control B, and then I do Control Shift E, I think. Get back to there. Okay. And then I have there, and then I have data. Okay, well that's weird. Where'd it go? It didn't save. What's the error there? Let's see. Could not resolve host. Oh, I thought I knew how to use this. Right, it's output to file. I guess it's lowercase. Returned error. No such file or directories is in data. So, that's weird. Pause. Oh, we didn't do it in there, that's why. So we're going to... Oh, actually, I think I know why. So we're going to move it to data. Oh, shit. I think that's it. There we go. And then that should work. Oh well. Well, not exactly. That's an error. So you need to actually have the the file open. Okay, so And then now this should work. So we can grab that data from there, and now the data's in there, and then we have that there. Okay. Right, so that's the command to curl CURL into using the curl get requests here. I'm going to actually save this. This is a nice article. I'm going to save this one because we're going to use this a lot, I think. So just move this to... Oops. Job notes. We'll put that there. CURL. We're going to need this, like, get request thing here. All of these options here. The output to file, and then write output to instead of standard out. And then you can set a request type. So, good, decent article. And then let's actually open that up so that we can remember to link to that there from there. So, yeah, that's what we're doing there. Also installed from R, so we want to just go and do that one. And, we'll just do a link from there. That'll be externally. That one's not going to change, I don't think so. Then our extension, that one. Data. I need some way to like automatically do this. Okay. Just copy the language server. What are the resources that we're going to use today? Okay, so we're not coming back to that later. Practical stats, we might use that. So I'll just like find all of them from here. We have the base. One from there. I could save that in somewhere. I don't know what I want to do though. Yeah. I'm curious how you do this in R Markdown. So how do I render this then? So we were like in there. Yeah, it was here. I just don't know what happened. So how does it split? It's knit. Okay, so knitting does that. It exceeded with that. So I think you need like a our terminal. I think we can do it from there. There we go. Okay, so then how do we install packages then? That's a good idea to try to do this. Install packages. Okay. Select a crayon mirror. USA. Probably Utah. Okay, so we got to do a little bit of setup here to get it to work in Visual Studio Code. With RStudio, it's a little bit more streamlined, right? All you need to do is just download R and then get RStudio. Or if you download RStudio, they're usually probably going to download the latest version of R. And then it usually runs through everything to set up, and you can run R Markdown. Usually it's preloaded, it's already installed. Once it does all the setup, at least from my experience, that's what it did. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering or could be wrong about that. Here we go. All right, so we're at the stage where we're going to start coding. So I'm going to start doing the coding on the from here. So we have our data. I'm actually going to comment this one out. And so what we'll do is we'll get data. So we'll do above, we'll do markdown. We'll say just like get data. And then from here, I'll do above there, I'll do a markdown cell here, and we'll say example location estimates of population order. And then so what we'll do is do you want to check out where we are in this part here? So we're in there. We already did that. We're in estimates of location. And we are in the thing there. So we want to split this by doing that. There we go. Come back over here. Let's do this. Sample location. Okay, so, and looks like that's all set. I'm just going to put that aside. I'm going to get rid of this terminal. Let's exit out of this terminal. Okay, and then so we have these other ones. I can control page down, page up, page down to move between my terminals. And control tilde, or yeah, control tilde to hide those. It's not the tick, is it? Is it the tick and then the shift is the tilde? Can't remember. Yeah, tick and then shift tilde. Okay, that's the tick. Whatever, doesn't matter. Back tick. It's usually what we call it. Okay, so we want a few things of data here, and what I want to do is to compute the mean, the trimmed mean, and the median population. And so for doing that with Python, I'm going to get the state data. So actually what I need to do is to import Kansas as PD, right? And then we want to from SciPy stats import trim mean. And hopefully that's there. Yeah. I don't know why the linter is showing that those are wrong. But they're not there. It should be there. Should be installed. Okay, so then we want we take a look at the states. Oh, we didn't even define it yet. We want to to read CSV, and we want to get the data from really? It's not showing up? Winter's not working right. There it is, right? It's there. We can do that. Take a look at the data frame. We got all those states. I'm surprised it listed all of them. It must have had some setting where it's listing. I just don't understand why it wouldn't cut them off. Okay. But there's all the states. We can, yeah, we see it. We got 50 of them. And take a look at the population. Accessing the column of population, the bracket notation, and we can get the mean. And it comes back as an NP float, right? So we can put this as, we can cast this as a different float, right? And then it comes back as that. So it looks like 6 million is the average population, which tells with dividing 320 something by or 330 by 50, right? Okay. But also this is just the states. This isn't the territory. So the overall population of the United States is larger than the sum of the states' populations, right? Because we consider those territories to be part of the population. They vote in presidential elections, right? Or no, not in presidential elections. Local elections or something. I don't remember. Okay. That's interesting though, is that you have to you can calculate trim mean, but it's gonna come back as a float 64. And so I'm just gonna cast these as floats. Just to convert them back to a format that just reads nicer on the notebook here. We can also calculate the median, right? The median is there as well. So we can calculate oh, interesting. Okay, so it's a down method, but then that is so float there. Median is 4.4 million, where the mean is 6 million. So obviously there are some outliers. There's some larger values that are tugging the mean above the median. And so but then the trimmed mean is slightly higher than the median. Okay, cool. Let's try to do the same thing in R. And let me see if this will work here. I'm just going to run this like one thing here. And actually, we're going to go estimates of location. And then we have the example location. So we're doing that. So actually, we could just do this from the terminal. And in fact, I think I'm going to try to do that from the terminal as well. So let's try to do this from the terminal. So I'm going to do state is or actually, I think we can do pwd to print the working directory. How do we print working directory? cwd. Look that up then. So installing packages is install that packages, and then to do libraries, the library. Yeah, okay, so you can install a library and then a package from the library. So, Yeah, so get working directory in R is get WD. So okay, so it's get WD, and so obviously it was thinking that it was a object, a PWD, because it's not a method. So get working directory is going to be there, right? And then so how do we change the working directory? Can we CD into it? No, I don't think we can. CD into change working directory in R. So this is just going to be me trying to learn again. So easiest way to go one folder down, I guess, is there. Okay. So that's interesting. Can you like do it from here? So like set WD, and I can do it from there, and then do wait, what? What happened to the thing? Oh, it's so weird. So weird. I don't know how anything works in R again. I'm gonna need to do a complete refresher on R, but slowly I'll do it from here. Yeah, I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it. Wow. Okay. Cannot change working directory. Well, okay, it's fine. I guess what I can do is clear the screen. I just delete this. I'm just gonna delete it, I think. New R terminal. Okay. Let's see if we can do this. What? It's so weird. Technical status? Statistics? What? Come on, dude. What the heck happened? It's so screwy. Okay. I don't like this one bit. Read CSV. Don't like working with this terminal here. So yeah. Okay, I guess what we'll do is we'll just change this to state then. I don't know what's happening, honestly. It's so weird. I don't know how to do it with the terminal. Just gonna quit the terminal. Rage quit the terminal and see if this works. Control-Shift-K. Exited with code 1. So error name preset the R markdown, so execution halted. So it requires the R markdown, but we already have that though. Although we have it now, it's not rendering. Pandoc version was not found. See the help page R markdown, Pandoc available. So weird, man. Okay, so what I need to do is to get another in there. Our markdown Pandoc available? How do I download Pandoc? This is so messy. It's so messy, man. Okay, so I guess we'll just add an environment variable. To the path. So we want system variables or user. Okay, so yeah. Let's do a new one and we'll browse from there. I have no idea where it's gonna be though. Probably under my thing, I guess. Is it under? No, it's in program files. Program files. It says RStudio, but this is not. Bin Quarto. Bin. I don't see where anything is in the binary modules. No, it's not in there. Actually find where I want this to be from. I guess yeah. Is it in the binaries? It must be in the binaries. It is in the binaries. So we will just take it from the binaries. So it's in there. So we'll keep it from there. So hopefully that works. I don't know. Our script. Let's see, there's an error. Please check the RMAT down. Okay. This is gonna be debugging day, isn't it? We're like halfway through. We're not gonna get through the whole entire chapter, so I guess we'll just like pick it up next week. But I think it will be good in the long run to do both of these, to do this in R as well as in Python. It'll open up the number of opportunities I think that are available to me. So yeah, I don't see Pandoc in there, but oh wait, I should have our markdown though. I have our markdown. Inside of there should be Pandoc. There's RStudio. There's templates. There's something inside our markdown, and there's more templates. Yeah, doc. Interesting. There's Lua scripts. I'm amazed that there's Lua in the background here. Well, this is screwy. I don't know how to install a package from did we install the package from Ooh, I guess we do need that installed, right? Hasn't been updated in a while, which is concerning to me. It looks like this one was taken over, that they took over the... So we need to install Pandoc. So many things need to be installed. Okay, so I guess we'll do the Windows thing. It is good to have Pandoc. There's a couple things that require this. So I think we'll go with the MSI for Windows 8664. Okay. Yeah, we'll install that. And then I don't know, like, our Markdown Pandoc is available, so I don't know how we're gonna link it to. Yeah, because we don't have our studio, so I mean, I don't have our studio. So there's a lot to install then if you don't do the RStudio way. It's a real mess here by the looks of it. R Markdown Find Pandoc. So it's not available, but interesting. So we can look for it here. Okay. So we're just going to install Pandoc. So we're installing Pandoc as well. So let's do this here. For all users, install. I don't know if I should have done the advanced thing and then add the thing to the registry. Hopefully it does automatically. So it was installed there. Let's go ahead and try to see. With that. See if the Pandoc is available. Hey, okay. How do I point to the Pandoc then? Might be overdoing it though. Pandoc should be then at the I don't know if there's one for oh, there it is. Okay. So that's good though. It's something good to have. Very good free software. Open source too, because or at least like they released the releases are on here. I don't know if they're actually, they just use this for releases apparently. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, so that's currently down there. We can enter from there, and then can I check? Actually, maybe this will work now. Let's do terminating again. So Pandoc is not available. Yeah, well, I mean, it's on the machine. I just need to point to it, don't I? So where does it need to go? How do I? Right, for that. Okay, so add the path for Pandoc is probably what I need to do. So let's go back to environment variables and add those. So I'm gonna add the pandoc that I should have under, let's see, program files, pandoc. Just from there. Hopefully it's from there. And I should maybe check to see where it got installed for. Okay, so pandoc did get installed, it's just not showing up in the namespace apparently. So we'll also add the library, so we'll copy that. Oops. Okay. Gonna also add so actually before I do that, I'm gonna actually check to see if that works. Try this again. Yeah, still same problem. So let's add another one. See if that works. Got pandoc on both of them, so try again. Still failing. So strange. So weird. We do our terminal and let's get false. So frustrating. Was as recent as last year, or as last month actually. I wonder if that'll work though. That's interesting. What if I do that? What if I do new system, a new user variable, and do, and then we just do program files. Actually, I can just find it. Browse. I can browse for file and I can browse for directory. Actually, I can browse for file. It's different than browsing for the directory, apparently. Let's see if it works from pandoc here. Do pandoc there. I can browse the files. Pandoc.exe. Actually, I guess that works. Or actually, I guess I should need to add a backslash at the end of that. Probably not. Everything else I don't need to, but I'll give that a go. See if that works. Another error. Still the same error, right? False. Weird. Can I like try restarting then? Let's try restarting code. Restarting code. This works. It's so odd. I don't get it, man. Well, I guess maybe we'll try the other way. Try it with it installed in R in the libraries. Hmm. Cool. So now it should have that. Okay. True. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to quit there, though. I'm going to bullshit K here. Unempty title element. So it needs a title element. So that's kind of cool, but it also... So you can open it up. I think what you do then... Here we go. Okay, so we have that, right? Get that part. So I really don't like it that way. Oh, that's right. You could use a Jupyter thing. Can I use R in my notebook? I wonder if you can. Use an R magic. There's a couple ways we can work with this, interestingly enough. I mean, I know that you can do this with Databricks. Like, Databricks has that like environment already set up for you. You get Python, you get R, you get SQL in your notebooks. Yeah. So that's cool.
Hello, everybody. I see we have opened up the doors and we are starting to have people come in. I personally am very excited for this talk, which we will get to in a very short order. We have people coming from all over the world here, including our speaker, who might be the farthest away person attending from around the world.
I'm gonna put this on the side. Let's put that as back chatter because I want to try to figure out.
First thing we always did was say, who's hiring? And we did that and people stood up and announced they had a job so they could hire people. Well, since that is not feasible the way things are going with the pandemic still, we are going to use the Meetup Slack team to do that.
Water.
So if you're not already a member of the Slack and you want to give someone a job, go to nyhackr.slack.com and you can join our Slack. You might actually need to go to a different link. Actually, Nicole, is there the link from the webpage? I just realized that you might not be able to get in unless you register, and we have a registration link. We will post that registration link in the chat momentarily. You can go there, and there is a channel called Job Postings. And you can go there and post jobs. right? That's simple. Go there and post a job. You want to hire somebody. People are posting all the time. Me personally, my company, since I'm on camera, I get to announce it here. I'm hiring for many roles, whether it is a Shiny developer, a data scientist, an account executive, a Linux administrator, 4 roles. I think they're all posted at landanalytics.com/careers. If not, we have been posting them in the jobs postings on NYHackR. So check those out. As is tradition, we have pizza to start the meetup. This is a vodka slice with pesto sauce drizzled over it from Zazzy's. There's a few of them popping up in the city, and you see some nice charring on the back. They use a gas oven, so I don't expect too much charring. There's some good cheese lock. This slice is a little bit old. It's reheated, but it's good. So Zazzy's from New York. That's Zazzy's, well, from all over the city. There's one on the Lower East Side, one in the Village, and there's a few others. The owner used to work at Keste, so it's a good pedigree there. So anyone else who has gotten pizza, let me know in the chat. Let me know where you got your pizza from. I'd love to hear it. If you're not eating pizza, my first question is why? My second question is, what are you eating? Let us all know in the chat. And if you want to chat, go ahead and do it right here in this chat window, or on the Slack, the one Nicole just posted in the chat here. We have a channel called Monthly Meetup Chat. Go in there and talk about this. And speaking of chatting, since we're in this virtual world, we can't exactly all ask questions of our speaker. So throughout the meetup, ask questions either here in Zoom or in the meetup, monthly meetup chat, and I will collate them. And at the end of the talk, I will ask the questions and get them answered for you. So please do, either in the Zoom chat or in the Slack chat, ask those questions. And I see we've got some answers here. David got pepperoni mushroom from 46th Street Pizza in San Antonio. And Jeff has home-cooked flatbread pepperoni. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Greg has nothing, you're intermittent fasting. Sure. Randy, you got tasty slice from Delizia on the Upper East Side. Very cool. Anyone else has pizza, let us know before we end the announcements, because we love to share this communal thing. While we wait to see what other pizza people are eating. The videos from the New York R conference last month are up. If you want to see videos from this past conference or all the conferences we've ever put on, you can go to rstats.ai. There's a link on the top for videos, and you can see all the different conferences we've ever put on. Thank you, Nicole, for posting that on there. And speaking of conferences, we just had the successful virtual New York R conference. So in December, we are going to have our fourth annual R in Government conference. We were hoping it would be in person, but COVID still has us down, so it will be virtual as well. This is a conference usually held in Washington, D.C., that focuses on federal, state, local, or international governments, NGOs, and other public sector entities like health boards and schooling and charities. So it's our government and public sector. Those tickets are on sale at rstats.ai/gov, and you can use code NYHackR for a 20% discount, as you can for just about anything we're going to promote to you. So check that out. There's the 4th year we're doing this conference, and we've got a great lineup of really federal, state, local, and public sector nonprofit speakers. And we have about 10 speakers already lined up, and we have a bunch more we're just confirming that we're going to announce in the next few weeks. There are also workshops on December 8th. We have John Hirsch, who we all know and love, giving a machine learning for public policy workshop, and Alex Bogosian giving a talk about climate change data. Not a talk, sorry, a full day workshop, but how to work with climate change data. So those should be really, really interesting. In addition to the upcoming conference, we have the next 4 months of meetups scheduled. We are super excited. We're this far in advance. It makes our life so much easier. In November, we have JD Long at CMastication on Twitter giving a talk about joining billions of rows together in SQL joins and R joins and pandas joins. He's going to do some permutation of those languages. I forget exactly which ones, but November 18th, JD Long will be giving a talk, and we will be announcing it in the newsletter soon, maybe even tomorrow or Monday. Then December 1st, the week before the R in Government conference, David Robinson will be giving the meetup talk, and it will be live coding a Shiny app. We all know D-Rob loves being on the spot doing live coding, so December 1st, come check out D-Rob live coding a Shiny app. January, the date to be determined, we don't have an exact date yet, but sometime in January, I believe mid-January, we will confirm, we have ZJ talking about disk frame. For those of you that don't know, disk frame is a out-of-memory format for R that keeps your data on a file on disk and allows you to use dplyr and data table on that data set. So that's coming in January. Then in February, we have Hans talking about DuckDB. DuckDB is a really popular up-and-coming database format that could be both on disk or in memory and can work with Parquet files. It has bindings in Python, R, I believe Rust, Go, and other languages. It's going to be a really fun talk. That'll be February, the exact date to be determined. After February, we don't know yet. Maybe we'll be back in person, in which case we will live stream it just like we're doing now. Maybe it'll still be virtual. It's going to see how the world goes. We're hoping that we're back in person at some point next year, hopefully earlier in the year, but we'll see. So that's a lot of stuff we just had to digest. We had pizza, we had jobs, we had meetups coming up, we had videos from last month's conference, we have our government conference in 2 months, and for anyone who wants to see videos from the meetup, you can go to nyhackr.org/presentations.html and search through the very clunky interface to find slideshows and videos. If you think that interface is clunky and you don't like it, change it. I wrote it and it's not good. So please make a pull request. It is a publicly available repo, github.com/nyhackr/nyhackr. Make it better. It's not a high bar. Anything will be better than what I built. So with that, I hope everyone is excited. I personally am super excited for this talk. If I'm not using RStudio, odds are I'm using VS Code. Just no way around it. It's the second most open app on my computer. RStudio and VS Code, always the top two, usually open at the same time. Today we're going to learn about how to use R inside of VS Code, so you can do all of your own work right in there. So everyone, please welcome, coming from literally halfway around the world, I believe. I have to get a measure to make sure it's the right case, but if not literally, almost exactly halfway around the world, please welcome Kun. And I'm going to give you virtual applause since no one's in the room to talk.
Okay. Well, thanks for inviting me here. Now I'm going to share my screen. Can you see the screen?
I can.
Okay. Thanks for inviting me here. My name is Kun Ren, and today my topic is using R in VS Code. I'd like to briefly introduce myself a little bit. I'm a hedge fund researcher. I create research framework and tools and do portfolio optimization, high frequency, a lot of data analysis. I mostly use R for research and C++ for efficient implementation of algorithms and production systems. I'm a major collaborator of VS Code R and R language server, which is our today's topic. I also contribute to some other popular packages such as data table and lintar and some others. Before we start talking about VS Code, let's step back and take a closer look at RStudio. Actually, it is RStudio server running on a remote Linux machine in this screenshot. I guess it should be the environment most R users are quite familiar with. The user interface of RStudio is quite straightforward. You can see everything you need in one screen. The code editor, the terminal, the global variables in the workspace, and the plots. It's actually quite easy to make things more difficult, and it's difficult to make things easy. I think RStudio does an absolutely amazing job to make data analysis much easier. Basically, RStudio provides syntax highlighting for numerous programming languages, of course R and C++, some Python, and nice code completion for R and some basic completion for C++. It has nice integration of R Markdown, R Notebook, debugging, linting. For version control, it provides some very simple Git support. I've been working with R in VS Code for 2 years, but RStudio is still the standard we're looking at when we consider the features and desired behavior of how we should interact with R in VS Code. The great things I appreciate about RStudio is that it just works out of the box, almost zero configuration. It's intuitive all-in-one screen layout, a nice integration of R packages, make RStudio extremely user-friendly and easy to work with.
I don't know.
It's quite important to notice the fact that most R users are not professional developers, but researchers and those who need to work with data. The top concern is probably whether the coding environment makes them more productive to solve their problems, rather than how powerful the tool is.
True.
It is designed through the lens of a data scientist, rather than a software engineer. However, when my work gets more and more complicated, sometimes I find it painful to use the free version of RStudio Server in some scenario. For example, when I need to work with multiple interactive R sessions on one server to run 2 scripts in the same projects at the same time and view the output side by side, it is not easy. If I need to interactively run a script in another project, I have to switch to that project, but it also means I need to either save or drop the workspace of the current project. When the workspace contains some huge data frames, it won't be feasible to do so, as it would take a lot of time to save or restore the workspace. Sometimes I need to work with multiple programming languages. Some of my projects contains a lot of feature generating functions, such as some time series functions. They're implemented in C++ for better performance, but wrapped in R functions for easier programming and analysis with the existing data. But in my cases, I have to work with R and C++ side by side. The C++ support in RStudio is a bit too basic to be productive. Another case is that I might need to write some HTML, CSS, and some JavaScript when I work with Shiny apps, such as live trading dashboard or something. The web development stack is a whole new realm, but they are just supported at a very minimum level in RStudio.
You can now do Shiny in Python,
Sometimes I need to work with multiple servers. In one scenario, these servers are independent and designed to perform different tasks, but all of them accumulate some data locally. If I need to analyze the data on each server, installing an RStudio server on each of them does not look like the right solution. Another scenario is that I use a HPC cluster and I need to submit jobs to the scheduler. In this case, it's not easy to write the task script since the cluster nodes that run the tasks do not run RStudio server. When the project gets larger, it's getting more and more difficult to maintain. Without more powerful engineering tools, it won't be easy to search by symbol, rename a symbol, or find references to a symbol project-wide. Another important thing in RStudio is that the code editor and the R session are somehow bundled. When the R session is busy, the editor is usually not responsive anymore. When the R session crashes due to some bug in the compiled code, the editor could not survive either. If there are unsafe changes, there's a risk that the code might be lost. This usually happens when we do very heavy parallel computing. But the worst case of all, in some cases, the server cannot be accessible through it, could only be accessible through SSH, and sometimes the RStudio server is simply not available at all for network or security reasons. So I encountered all the above scenarios in my work using R, and I started trying to use R in VS Code 2 years ago. Before that, I've been using VS Code to do some C++ development for a few years, and the experience has been constantly improved through time. VS Code is a free open source code editor. The biggest difference between VS Code and RStudio is that VS Code is not specifically designed for certain programming languages. It has built-in support of the language server protocol to enable code editing features such as completion, signature, diagnostics, hover, and go-to definition, and so on, and the debug adapter protocol to allow users to interactively debug any program written in any language as long as there is a supported debugger. It also has built-in support of Git and tons of extensions to improve the editor in different aspects. And VS Code keeps evolving. The support of some of the most popular languages are constantly improved. They support most of the features VS Code has to offer, and the programming experience with these languages is simply awesome. Remote development and live collaboration are two killer features of VS Code. I'll talk about them later. According to a recent developer survey by Stack Overflow, VS Code tops the ranking of the favorite IDEs among all listed editors, including some professional IDEs like Visual Studio. However, the ranking here does not mean that VS Code is magically working well with R. In fact, just 2 years ago, the R support in VS Code was quite basic. Only a small set of features were implemented. From this screenshot, it's easy to find that VS Code is more focused on the code, as the code editor occupies a major part of the screen. Besides code editor are the file explorer and document outline and some little icons to go to see the extensions, to see the Git. It's easy to compare different files or compare different versions back in time of the same file. It's a diff view. The most exciting thing about VS Code is that thousands of extensions are available in the VS Code marketplace. You can use whatever makes you more productive. So here is a simple screenshot of working with an R project in VS Code. Now, we have a dedicated workspace viewer, help viewer, package manager, plot viewer, and the reading console. Now the R support in VS Code has become much more powerful than 1 or 2 years ago. We are currently trying to make it easier to get started with. At the moment, we still need to install several extensions and packages to get the full experience. First, obviously, you need to install the VS Code, and you need to install a few R packages such as language server for code editing features and HTTP-GD for the web-based graphics device we recommend. Then you might need to install a Python and then install reading console, which is much better than the official R terminal. If you need to debug some R code in VS Code, you could also install the R debugger, which is a separate VS Code extension. To have similar experience with RStudio, we need to install some other extensions such as path auto-completion and some other extensions. The reading console is highly recommended to work along with R in VS Code. It supports syntax,
I should probably
auto-completion, and many other features.
Ooh, we'll probably call it a day pretty soon.
Our language server project.
Gosh, we did not get nearly through as much as I had hoped, but lots of setup, more setup. So this is the week of setting up things. So
the code editing features enabled by the R language server. All the features are based on static code analysis. I'll explain what they mean later. Let's take a look at what language features are provided when we edit our code in VS Code.
I need to figure out how to...
I believe that completion is an very important source of confidence when we write code in not only R, but any programming languages. The R language server provides all sorts of completion while you type. It knows what symbols or functions you define in your code. It knows the function arguments and their documentation. It knows what the objects defined in the built-in functions and objects provided by other packages. It also knows what symbols are available in the scope of the position you are typing. Here, the different variables starting with VAR are all variables in the function scope, but not outside. You can complete your scope symbols automatically. When you move the cursor to a symbol,
So we need to install that package. Okay, so it's
highlight all the symbols of the same type in the document and the scroll bar or minimap, so that it is much easier to know the usage of such symbol. When you click one, you can see all the occurrences of this symbol.
How do I set the crayon mirror?
As you type in the R document, the diagnostics based on linter is constantly running in the background and mark your code with potential issues. If you install an extension called Arrow Lens, it will directly show the diagnostics results in line with different colors, so the problems are more visible in the code editor. You could also format the whole document according to a standard. The default standard is the tidyverse style. Of course, you could customize the formatting rules in your R profile through language server formatting options. We can also apply range formatting and on-type formatting. When you type a new line or close brackets, you will try to find the proper code block to apply the formatting. When you type a function call, it will show up a function signature, including the function name and its arguments. The documentation of the function appears below the signature. The hover feature is much leveraged to provide more information as we move around our pointer. If you move the pointer to a function call, it will show the function documentation. If you hover on function argument, it will show the description of the specific argument. If you hover on a symbol you define, it will just show the line of code where it is defined. Once you are not sure about where a symbol comes from, you just hover on it and it will immediately tell you the answer. Go-to definition works with functions and symbols in the document and the entire workspace. If it is defined in a file in your workspace, then it jumps straight to the right position of that file. If it is a built-in function or defined in a package, it will create a temporary file and put the function body in it. The underlined paths are recognized as document links to existing files. It's easy to tell which files exist and which don't. If you often work with plots and need to try different colors, the color preview and color picker should be quite helpful here. Symbol navigation could help you move to a symbol you want in the document or across the entire workspace. If you're working with a big project or a package with many files or functions, it will definitely save you a lot of time. The symbol navigation also supports code sections in plain R code and R Markdown documents. You can see the code sections in the outline. You can click the item to jump to a particular code section. The code chunks and code sections could be folded and unfolded to save space in the editor. The find references feature is largely based on go-to definition. When you try to find references of a symbol, let's say X, it finds all symbols of the same name, X, across the entire workspace and finds the definition of each X. All symbols that have the same definition as your X will be treated as the references of the same symbol. It's extremely useful if you want to evaluate the impact when you need to refactor your code and rename some of the symbols across the entire workspace. The rename symbol feature is based on references. It simply finds all the references of a symbol and performs a rename. You can preview the rename and you may refine it as you like. Call hierarchy is a more advanced feature. It is also based on references. You could follow the incoming or outgoing hierarchy of a function. Another interesting feature is selection range. You could expand or shrink your selection based on ranges of the nested expressions. All the code editing features introduced above are implemented according to the so-called language server protocol. When we open an R project in VS Code, the VS Code R extension starts our language client, which then starts a language server. And then when we open, modify, or close a document, type in the editor, or move cursor or pointer around, the language client will send many types of requests to the language server. The language server has to keep track of the latest state of each document, do some parsing and analysis, and respond to each request timely. The LSP, the language server protocol, is an abstraction layer between a specific editor and a specific language. If there's no such
you can choose the
protocol,
weights.
and if the developers of a language want to support
It's
another
fun.
editor,
Okay.
they have to write some new code to
good to
support
know.
that editor. In this case, if we want all editors
We
to
need the
support
W
all
quantiles. I'm
languages,
trying to figure out what that
then
is,
each
though.
pair of editor and language will require some adaptive work, which is repetitive and obviously a waste of resources.
Weighted
With language
quantiles.
server protocol, each language only needs to implement its language server according to the protocol, and
High
each editor
reals.
only needs
That
to
doesn't seem to be a
implement its
PyPy
language
package, though.
client according to the same protocol. Then the language server of a certain language could automatically function across different editors. This mechanism is not just specific to VS Code, but to any editor that supports the language server protocol. In fact, the R language server does not only work with VS Code, but also work with Atom, Sublime Text, Vim, and Emacs. If RStudio someday supports the language server protocol, it should immediately work in a similar way too. Now we have implemented most types of requests defined in the language server protocol. Most of the language features implemented in the language server is based on static code analysis. The R parser parses the document and generates an abstract syntax tree with the type and text range of each element in the tree. We just analyze the tree and extract information according to the request
Still in beta.
and the position of the cursor. For example, if we detect a number of library calls at the top level in the document, then we know that these packages will be attached at runtime. Then the completion should include the exported objects of these packages. So that's how we
Python
calculate
package
the
installer
completion
pip.
list.
Right.
Static analysis have some
Okay.
clear advantages. First, we don't need to run the user
Newer
code to
version
guess
available.
what symbols should be there when we actually run the code. Second, the language server runs in the background and could process requests in parallel. It also means we don't need to start an interactive
Based on
session.
NumPy, so I guess
The
that's
user
from
session
this.
is simply not
Ooh.
started. It's busy, or if it's even crashed, the editor is still functional and responsive.
Quantile and
However,
median. So those are
using
the you
R
want the weighted
not only
median,
about
right? So if you
editing
do it,
code, but also working with our interactive.
okay.
That's a big part of how our
Okay.
users
So it's
use
just
R.
easier.
VS Code R extension is the front end to manage
Well,
the interactivity
I guess weighted
between
median isn't
user
a
and R
very.
sessions. It starts a language client to communicate with the language
It's not a
server.
common thing to
It
do.
also provides some useful commands such as create R terminal, send code to the terminal, need document, and so on. Before R Session Watcher was implemented in December 2019, VS Code R does not really talk to an R session, but simply sends some predefined commands to terminal. The R Session Watcher provides a very simple way to talk to an interactive R session. It is a file-based rather than socket-based communication at the moment, so that the dependency could be minimal. It is quite stable both locally and under remote development. It enables all features below, from the workspace viewer, data viewer, plot viewer, browser, widget viewer, and even supports a lot of RStudio add-ins. When a new R session is started in VS Code, the session watcher will attach to the new session and show the process ID on the status bar item. And the workspace viewer and session symbol completion and hover will switch to this particular R session. If another session is created, the session watcher will switch to the new session. If you want to attach to an old session, just click the button on the status bar, and the process ID will be changed to the old session. The workspace viewer is like the environment pane in RStudio. It shows the symbols in the global environment. The same information also appears in the completion list, and when you hover on a symbol, which is defined in the current R session.
Okay.
Here in the screenshot, we define X, and we move our pointer to X. It tells us the structure of X, its type, its length, and some sample values of X. Thanks to the web view feature of VS Code, we could put almost anything in a web view as a tab in the editor group. For example, the view function is replaced by the session watcher so that it will open up a tab to show the data in a data grid. You can reorder the columns or sort, filter, and highlight the rows. If the object being viewed is not a data frame or a matrix, if it is a list, then it is displayed as a foldable nested structure. By default, the plot viewer uses a PNG device. Each top-level user input will trigger the replay of graphics to a PNG file. There are some important limitations of such PNG plot viewer. There's no history. It does not auto-resize with the tab. It only captures the last plot when multiple plots are produced in a top-level expression. Therefore, I strongly recommend HTTP-GD as the plot device. HTTP-GD is an R package that implements an asynchronous HTTP server graphics device for R. It is based on SVG rendering, so its quality is very high. It supports plot history, auto-resize with a tab. You can open a plot in external browser and save the plots to multiple formats. You can open as many plot as you like. VS Code R also has native support of HTTP-GD graphics, so that it is
tired. I think this is a good stopping point, honestly. Estimates for variability and
besides the
covered a lot of ground, I think, here today.
There are also a number of packages.
I'll actually pause this. So.
I'm
gonna watch that video later, actually. Yeah. So what do we have ahead of us? We have lots ahead of us. I might just leave it open on my computer and coming back and pick through it like throughout the weekend or something. I might pop back in tomorrow quickly, but this is probably going to be the last stream for the week. Just going to take Friday to be a review. Just kind of recap, try to gather my thoughts on on how the week went and what everything. Try to try to not distill what I've learned this week, but just do a review, just to review everything. So I covered quite a lot of ground, I think, in getting back up to speed. And yeah. So we have a lot to get through. Weighted arithmetic mean, and we also had a weighted median, but I think we changed. We didn't get a formula for that. Estimates of location. So we'll do estimates of variability later. So this is a very in-depth book, I gotta say. So it's a good refresher for me. So I'm gonna continue on with it throughout these next couple weeks, and try to get them into my knowledge system here, my note-taking system. So yeah, did a lot today as far as setting things up. Got the annotator set up in Obsidian Annotator. So that's this community plugin, and you can find it in community plugins. Browse, go to Annotator. It's updated a year ago, but we also have PDF Annotator. Simple but powerful, but I don't know. I think I did take a look at that one a few months ago, and I just found it, I don't know. Rat is a plugin that allows users to install plugins directly from GitHub with automatic updates. Yeah, that was the source of friction. It's not a now that it's on here, I think. Now that it's in the community plugins. I'm not sure if it was before, but to install you have to do it through this plugin manager or something, which is good that they're doing it that way, but it's a little, it feels like it's going around the checks that might be in place for updates on the Obsidian side there. So yeah, so this is a powerful little plugin here for Obsidian. It's to read and annotate PDFs, as you can see in my notes, that the annotations show up as like little notes, as little quoted notes in the file, in the folder, or the file that you have set up for your book note. And so you have annotations, annotation JSON, and then you have prefix, highlight, postfix, okay, so prefix starts with this thing here, and then highlight. Everything, so it's not really like in between things, it's just prefixes indicating that the next things to come before the highlight is the prefix. Then highlight, and then just indicates that the next thing to come before postfix is the highlight. Postfix, next thing to come before link is the postfix. And then there's a way of linking it somehow this way. With these like footnotes. So the footnote is indicated that way. Show annotation. Comments and tags. So some of these I have a comment on there. So each thing is going to have an annotation JSON. It's going to have, let's see, probably a location. It has a created and it has an updated. It tells you the document, the link, document fingerprint, the uniform resource indicator. And the target. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So where prefix and suffix, it's just where it starts and then where it ends, I guess. Okay, so it locates it based on those things, which may not necessarily be unique if I'm understanding this correctly, but it should be unique for the number of characters that they're grabbing. Okay, I find it kind of interesting. I can edit this, I guess. I can change the... Yeah, I can. There we go. Okay. So if I change that, then we get that. Okay, so I can edit them. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt though. One of these things I added a comment. I'm trying to find that one. It's probably easier for me to find it when it's in here. Yeah, right here. I think expectation is a weighted mean, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So yeah. So I have my notes and I have oops, so and I can view markdown, open as markdown. There we go. I want to open as markdown and then I want to open as the other stuff. So looks like it's working here. So 4.4, let's just make sure that this is correct here. The weighted mean was 4.4583 there, and then the weighted median was that. Weighted median is interesting. Weights by the population. Did I not enter that correctly? I did not enter that correctly at all. Okay, let me just go back and fix that because I'm pretty sure I made a mistake there. Yeah. Okay, so I did weighted median. Murder rate, and then the W equals state. Okay, there's an auto formatter that happens there. So I can run this again to knit the entire thing. It's halted. Why? Why that? Murder rate not found because it's not an object, of course. do it that way. Should work. Now let's see if it updated. Now it's updated. Now it's equal, right? 4.4. These other things are the same. Interesting that it calculated the median somewhat differently between R and there. Did that come out differently for here?
Oh, sorry. No, she's very nice. Just, I just feel like the tutorial with her are
Yeah, interesting. It doesn't actually show the outputs for Python in there, probably because he wrote this in our Markdown. I'm guessing. Huh. It just, so with R, it's doing rounding before. It's just rounding every single float. Except for when we get, so we do weighted mean. Weighted dot mean. That's interesting. I wonder what object that is. Weighted. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, it's time to go and what am I doing for dinner? Oh, yeah. I gotta take the dog for a walk. All right. So I'm gonna leave everything up, honestly. Maybe not on the screen, but I'm gonna come back Monday at the latest, maybe. Hopefully we'll return on Monday. Got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow, and yeah, I just don't think I'll have time to stream tomorrow. So, like, even if I did, it would just be like 15 minutes here and there, and it'd be broken up between different things, so it wouldn't be continuous. So I just like to just do it as a continuous stream. So I'll do it tomorrow, or I'll do it again on Monday. So yeah, this was a good day again, I think. Learned a lot more about VS Code, using R in VS Code. Got that set up today. Got annotator set up in Obsidian, and yeah, we should be good to go then. As far as that's concerned, I think most of the note taking is starting to come together, and yeah, I don't know what else I want to say about that. It's that's gonna do it for today. I'll see everybody on Monday, unless I do a little bit tomorrow. But catch you on the other side of the weekend, and I hope you have a great weekend if you ever watch this. But chances are you're watching this on repeat. So please subscribe, and you can catch us live and come in, say hello, and just hang around. And if there's things that I'm doing that don't make any sense, ask a question. I'd love to use this as an opportunity to help people that are getting into data science and into data analytics as well. And if there's anything I can explain that would really give a boost to my confidence, really, like, I'd be happy to explain it. It's definitely things that will come up in interviews, I'm sure. So ask any questions you want. So I will catch everybody on